Putty. Putty, 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 putty. She needs treatment.
It needs a friend.
Oh, of course.
Won't the other lemurs grill her?
Nope.
Sir Robert.
What is it, Strawson?
There's been an unfortunate mishap in the giraffe house. Smokey has gone berserk.
Damnation.
I'm Mr. Carter, the new secretary.
Oh, good morning, sir. Mr. Carter is at the gate. Is that the giraffe?
No, giraffes don't scream. They have no vocal cords.
Very well. Mrs. Parrott will meet you if you would go to the office.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Carter. Welcome to the zoo.
Morning. Why are the gibbons going on like that, Mrs. Pratt?
Well, there's been an accident, but it's been dealt with. An ambulance has been sent for. We're all very upset.
Frightened.
How bad is he?
He's not good.
Strawson, fetch the rifle.
Who is it?
It was young Filson.
They've gone for the gun. And this is Marion.
How do you do?
Now, don't worry, dear. It's no one we know very well. We didn't know him, Mr. Carter. It's young Filson of the Giraffe and Zebra House. Your office is through here.
I only saw him yesterday, and he gave me such a nice smile.
asked if the creature was experiencing pain.
That's quite a different
You
question.
replied he was not.
I said I couldn't tell you.
If the animal was in pain, I would have had it put down.
And now you're going to.
Strawson, give me the rifle. If Smokey is in pain, I will shoot. If he's not in pain, I will not.
Mrs. Parrott, does the director know about this?
Oh, the director's asked not to be disturbed. He's preparing his lecture.
Is Smokey in pain?
Well, no, Falcon. Oh, Lord, if you've ever shown any interest in these items of your creation, intervene now.
Down his bloody throat. I've no means of knowing whether that creature is in pain or what he's feeling.
Who
controls the monitors?
Exchange.
Are they installed throughout the zoo?
In all the offices.
Then I think you should tell them to shut down, although they may continue to record for file.
Oh, but...
No bucks, please, Mrs. Parrott. I will not have what are confidential discussions broadcast to the entire workforce.
I asked you, and you replied with a lot of mumbo-jumbo, so I repeat, is Smokey in pain?
I said I couldn't tell you.
Falcon, if you have any humility left in you, or any sense of publicity, you would remember that in 2 weeks' time, my television lecture is broadcast, and that the death of Smokey would generate a most hostile reaction to its reception.
Smokey has cancer of the liver. I can't put it more clearly.
Would you ring the hospital, please? I want to report on Filson's condition as soon as he arrives.
Who's going to tell his dad?
Strawson, this is Mr. Carter. And Mr. Carter, this is Strawson of Mammals.
Filson's father works here?
Yes, he's head keeper in the parrot house.
Mr. Carter is the new secretary, Mr. Strawson.
Ah, how do you do? Then no doubt you'll tell him.
No, I don't think we should tell him anything, Strawson, not till we have the details.
I'm giving them to you. Oh, Smokey jumped on the kid's balls. That's what all the screaming and hollering was about. He's crushed his genitals.
Have a car stand by to take Mr. Filson Sr. to hospital,
Yes, sir.
and inform the director that I'm going down to see the boy's father now.
Yes.
Come along, Strawson, you can show me the way.
See the accident?
Yes, sir.
Well, how did it happen?
Fell on a spike. It pierced right through him. He starts screaming. That frightens old Smokey, who panics and brings his great hoof down right on
Doing there?
What, the spike?
Yes.
I've no idea.
Sounds damn careless to me.
I wouldn't tell old Filson that. Isn't likely to cheer him up, is it?
Badly hurt, is he?
Didn't look too good to me.
I'll come in with you.
How long has he been here?
A week. He don't look too good.
No.
He looks homesick.
My name's Carter. I'm the new secretary. I'm afraid I have some bad news. There's been an accident.
My wife?
No, your son in the giraffe house. Old Smokey seems to have got out of hand. Your son's been taken to hospital.
Is he badly hurt?
Yes, I think he is.
We've got to get down there. By the way, I'm Matthew Price, curator of birds.
How do you do? Where's the curator?
Falcon?
Yes, Falcon.
With the director. Who are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm Simon Carter, the new secretary. What happened here?
Giraffe got upset. The boy was inexperienced.
He fell on a spike, I'm told.
It's over there. It says something to the state of affairs here that they elect a new secretary. I'm not even consulted.
I suppose that's why I was brought in, to try and change that. What do they use these for?
It's part of a chain to isolate the animals in the compound there. One of Leacock's notions.
And how did they get in here?
I don't know.
Where does this come from?
The armory, I presume.
Well, it should be returned at once. There's been enough accidents around here this morning.
That was uncalled for.
Loaded rifles, spikes, unsupervised trainees.
What about the giraffe? Aren't you interested in him?
Come in. Your first day, old chap. This must have come as a bit of a shock.
Yes, it's a dreadful business. Hello, Bobby.
Now, you're a friend of Hawkins, so you must persuade him not to blame himself.
It's very kind of you, Director, but Carter may think otherwise.
Oh, no, Hawkins, if anyone's to blame, it's Beard. If he considered there was a need to shoot the beast, he should have said so.
To be fair, Director, he did. The blame, therefore, is mine.
Ah, but I must take part of it. The buck stops here.
Young Filson's dead. He was dead on arrival. They've just called the office.
Oh.
That was on the card, Simon. When I saw him, he didn't look too happy.
Has anyone spoken to his father?
Yes, Matthew Price is looking after him.
Ah, well done, Carter.
What do we do about Smokey?
Let me shoot him, Director, and then resign. Like Smokey, I'm an anachronism. We both belong to another age.
Oh, my dear Falconer, let's clutter up this discussion with your views on the zoo. The fact is that this accident would never have happened if it hadn't been for those out-of-date buildings you're always defending.
The Decimus Burton buildings, sir, can never be out of date.
I could also point out that if the animals had been dispersed to a national reserve, they would not, even in Smokey's condition, have reacted as he did.
We are privileged to inherit the finest zoological architecture in the world, and you would sell it to the city council and remove us to some scenic slum in Scotland.
The location has not yet been decided.
Nevertheless, it will be over my dead body.
It's young Filson who's dead, Bobby, and a more unnecessary and painful death I really can't imagine.
What the hell do you mean by that, Simon?
Well, none of us have known the excruciating agony of losing our ball.
That's a perfectly filthy thing to say.
Well, as I understand it, that is
also suggesting that the accident could have been avoided somehow.
A spike was left lying on the floor of the cage and Filson fell back on it.
Now, we need to issue a statement right away before the press gets onto it.
Yes, I don't think Carter intended any offence, Bobby. Violent death affects people in different ways.
Nor do I think there's anything to be gained by shooting the giraffe if it can possibly live. I mean, the public feel that we're taking it out on it.
My feelings entirely, Carter. It'd certainly be a bad move so close to my lecture.
I'm sorry, your lecture, sir.
He hasn't told you about his lecture.
Yes, Carter, I am giving the Attenborough lecture on television next month, on which the whole fate of the National Reserve depends. I don't want our audience antagonized by a violent and unnecessary killing.
What do you mean, Filson?
No, Smokey.
Damn you and your lecture, Leacock, and damn your nature park.
There is likely to be an inquiry. There will certainly be a post-mortem, and before that, we have the press.
Well, you handle the media, Carter. With your background, you should be able to halt any speculation. Don't you agree, Bobby?
Then we can take it that it's all worked out satisfactorily.
Satisfactory. This has been one of the most ghastly days of my life.
In a limited sense, Carter, yes. Well, I'm afraid I must close this discussion. I'm meeting Mrs. Leacock for lunch. I'm sure we can weather this crisis. We always do.
Yeah, just remember, when I got you this job, it was to bring some administration into the zoo, not to constitute yourself its conscience.
This is the Yeti you shot?
In self-defense, old boy, just remember that. Keeps the damn thing there just to embarrass me.
Does it embarrass you?
Well, of course it embarrasses me. I find the only Yeti in existence and end up by shooting it.
I am concerned about Filson.
No, I know you are. And I've no intention of indulging your morbid desire to pursue it.
The fact is, if Filson's death is a question of negligence, someone will have to pay.
I'm aware of that, Simon, but it's none of your business. Just remember that. It's none of your business. And give my love to your charming wife, Lucia.
Yes, I will.
Today's events won't do Leacock much good. Public always panic at any sort of gory accident. They will protest against his damned nature park. No hippos in the Severn. No beavers bucketing up the Broads, and a damn good job, too.
The Zoological Society regret to announce the death of one of their keepers, Derek Filson, 21, this morning, whilst tending a sick giraffe. The accident which took place in the giraffe house happened whilst the young keeper was tending Smokey, the world-famous and oldest of the zoo's giraffes.
You've used the word giraffe 3 times now.
How's your first day? You are the new secretary?
Yes.
Dr. Englander. Reptiles.
How do you do? Well, it could have been quieter.
I'm sure it could. We could hear the screams in the reptile house.
Mr. Carter, would you mind signing this book? It's for my daughter.
Not at all.
Thank you.
What's her name?
Debbie.
It would never have happened in our department. Where is the ice cream, Doris? It says there apple pie and ice cream.
I'll just get it.
Oh, do you order things differently in your department?
We have to.
Well, perhaps we can learn something from you.
I'm sure you can. On top of old Smoky, all covered in snow, they found bits of Filson, the lad he'd laid low.
I'm sorry, it's only vanilla.
Vanilla?
Do you mind just sitting here?
Vanilla. Vanilla.
You turned off the monitors, I heard.
Yes.
Good. Stopped us from making complete fools of ourselves. You seen the director?
Yes, I have.
How's he taking it?
Very well, considering...
His lecture? I suppose he thinks I'm to blame for not having the poor creature shot.
No. Falcon stuck up you.
Falcon?
Why, does that surprise you?
The man's mad. Killed a Yeti with a machine gun. When they shipped it home, I found 6 bullets in its spleen. That's Falcon for you.
Well, he stuck up for you this morning. When you did the biopsy on Smokey...
He has a tumor.
Why didn't you have him destroyed?
I told Falcon that the giraffe would have to go. He asked me if he was in pain. As if a thing like pain can be measured with a slide rule. However, as there were no symptoms, I had to agree that it might be no more than discomfort.
Well, unfortunately, a young keeper's lost his life in very messy circumstances.
Life is a mess.
You don't think accidents like Filson's can be prevented?
Maybe. Some seem preordained.
No giraffe cutlets today.
I doubt that even with your constitution, Dr. Englander, you'd care to eat one.
Nothing wrong with the beast, is there? Except for bad temper?
It has a tumor on the liver.
And you didn't put him away.
Dr. Englander, I hope you realize that if I had thought for one moment that Smokey would have behaved the way he did, I would not have hesitated to have him put down. The giraffe is not a destroyer, which is more than can be said for your snakes, which kill at will.
If there is an inquiry, will you make a statement?
Of course I will.
Jumpy sort of fellow, isn't he? Probably not paid enough. You'll have to do something about that, Carter. Get the wages up, I mean.
That's the director's job.
Oh, he hasn't the bottle. Too dependent on the board. Unlike me, I'm too independent for my own good.
What do you think of his plans for a national park?
Fantasy. We should concentrate on getting big business here. We'll be going broke, you know that? If it weren't for the TV contracts, the place would be bankrupt. Still, I have great hopes. Your arrival. Married to a rich woman, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
That shows a practical turn of mind. You're also, some sort of TV star.
I was.
You're a go-getter, Carter. We should get along. I don't think I should worry too much about Filson. There'll be 10,000 applicants for his job.
And not a happy day for Simon Carter in his new post as Secretary of Britain's National Zoo. A young keeper was killed this morning whilst tending Smokey the giraffe.
It has been the zoo's policy to keep animals in their wild state for many years now. As a result, accidents can happen, as this morning's tragedy demonstrates. However, a most rigorous inquiry will be made to see exactly what happened.
A decision on Smokey's future will not be made until after the inquest, but there will no doubt be pressure to have him destroyed.
Europe came one step closer to war with the rejection of OPEC's counter-proposal for the price of crude oil. In an interview given this morning, the German Chancellor said that OPEC was now motivated by political rather than commercial considerations.
See if you can get Carter to come to my office now.
Do you want me to send the rolls?
We are being held to ransom by countries who no longer see us as customers, but as industrial competitors. This is an entirely new situation.
Yes?
It's me.
You saw the news?
You've just driven the Arabs from the front page.
Listen, I walked into it first thing this morning. You cannot believe what's going on here.
What time will you be home?
Past 6.
I'll be waiting.
All right, bye.
Do you want to talk to the Animal Liberation? They're on the phone.
Later, Mrs. Parrott.
And there's a call from Lord Godmanchester. He wants to see you immediately.
I can't, I'm afraid. I'm far too busy.
But you must, sir. He's president of the society.
Well, how am I going to get there?
Oh, he's sending his car. You won't have to walk.
Will he bring me back?
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Yes?
Mr. Carter for Lord Godmanchester.
How's Smokey?
Sorry, I beg your pardon?
I've just seen you on TV.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Carter for Lord Godmanchester. Thank you. You may go up now, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter.
The hardening attitudes of both the French and the Germans following their walkout from last week's OPEC meeting has brought from the United Nations Secretary General a plea for a summit conference before the crisis worsens. Mobilizing of the French reserves is being seen in Bilad al Hawa as a hostile act. The Minister of Defense warned this morning that it would take a number of weeks to realign our Trident rockets. Up to now, our missiles have been targeted on the other side of the Iron Curtain. But the widening breach between Europe and the Arab world has meant a realignment. And now, for an on-the-spot account of military preparations in the region, here's our reporter, Peter Hampton.
When an Arab reserve is mobilized, as is happening here in Bilad al Hawa, he doesn't report to his local regimental headquarters, but to his chief.
Have you been following this?
Yes, I have.
All about oil, you know. The country is swimming in fossil fuel. We still rely on the Arab Commission for our petrol, which is why only the police and my own chauffeur drive motor cars. We haven't got an economy anymore. It's to piggy bank the rules. Would you like some tea?
Yes, thank you.
How do you like your new job?
Well, it's a bit too early to say yet. Unfortunately, we had an accident this morning.
Yeah, I saw you on the television. I thought you handled it very well.
They do appear to be in a frightful muddle up there.
Chaos is the word I prefer, ever since the money ran out in '84. Milk?
Yes, thank you.
You know we're going to have a war. We're all likely to get blown up.
Thank you. Is it that bad?
The Arabs won't back down, and the Europeans, well, you know what the French are like. The chances of them blowing each other to smithereens are very high, and of course, once they're in, we are. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't like the idea of my wife and 2 children dying in a nuclear firestorm. No.
Sugar?
No.
But it's on the cards, you know, sometime in the autumn. Very glad of your reaction. Most of my employees would have taken a stiffer attitude. Patriotism, going down with the ship, that sort of thing.
Lord Godmanchester, I am not one of your employees. I am a public servant employed by the Royal Zoological Society.
Rubbish. I run the zoo with the aid of the monarch. Ask Falcon. Don't ask Leacock, he'll come up with some prevaricating answer, of course. Now, I'm going to take you into my confidence. As you're no doubt aware, for some time I've been mounting a campaign to get myself back into office. However, the situation is so grave that the country may have to forego the luxury of an election and accept a coalition government. I've often said that I wouldn't take a job from the present Prime Minister at the end of a barge pole. But under the circumstances, I would no longer refuse. The situation is so bad, he needs someone like me to get them out of trouble. I'm telling you all this because I'm going to be very busy from now on. I'm going to leave the affairs of the zoo in your hands.
In Leacock's?
No, no. In yours. Yes?
We've got Wallbanger on Channel 4.
Oh. Excuse me.
Well, the American Secretary of State during his stopover at London heliport.
Our attitude, and I hope we can get this through to the Russians, is that we do not intend to react to any conflict situation in Europe. If any hostilities break out between our European friends and our Arab friends, we will not take sides. And we hope to persuade the Soviets to do likewise.
Well, that's not going to help us, is it? Instead of being blown up by the Russians, we're going to be blown up by the Arabs.
Let me take these points one at a time. First, the Arabs do not have the capability to deliver a nuclear bomb, even if they had one. And secondly, I think once we step out of the conflict, you guys are more likely to come to terms. Thank you.
General Wallbanger has now left for an undisclosed destination.
He's wrong on both counts. The Arabs have the bomb, are not able to deliver it. I don't think we should reach a settlement without American help. Tell me, what do you think of old Leacock's plan?
What, for a national park? Well, there's a lot of people who are against it.
How soon could you put it into operation?
4 or 5 years.
How about a month from now?
What? A month?
First, I want the animals out of London before the bomb hits. Secondly, I need some sort of metaphor to alert the nation to the danger it's in. I don't want anything so violent that they panic and the bottom drops out of sterling. I want something that only the English understand. And the only thing they understand is animals. I envisage the evacuation of the entire zoo during the next few months. Don't forget, I have the press and television capability to exploit the situation.
But where will they all go?
You may not be aware of it, Carter, but during the great land slump of 1984, I bought up most of Wales. I don't mean the smelly bits with the people in it. I'm talking of the mountains and the fells. Of course, I was aided by the wholesale burning down of holiday homes, by owners desperate to collect the insurance, and the unflagging enthusiasm of a band of Welsh-speaking incendiaries. I don't mind admitting I'd made these acquisitions from the basest of motives. But now that I've suffered my second coronary, all thought of profit has deserted me. I'm planning to leave Wales to the nation as some sort of national wildlife reserve. That's old Leacock's dream come true. Hello. Yes, put him through. You've got a month, Carter.
We can't do it.
You'll have 3 weeks to work it out, you and Leacock.
Anyway, you can't just decide to move out of London without some kind of debate. There'd be a public outcry.
What do you think Leacock's lecture is for? Hello. Yes. Yes, it wasn't very convincing. I saw him on television. Put him on page 2. The Attenborough lecture is the ideal platform for Leacock's ideas. It's going to be your job, Carter, to see he gets it right. If he carries the nation, he can have Stratton.
Does he know anything about this?
No, and I don't want you to tell him. Any other questions?
Yes. I mean, you haven't asked me what my views are.
Your views?
On the advantages or otherwise of a wild park environment for animals.
I don't give a bugger what your views are. Carter, you're the secretary. You're paid to do as you're told. This is politics. We're not making a film for Animal World. We're trying to save the country. Now then, keep all this under your hat. Don't tell anyone, not even your wife. Help old Leacock, and don't tell him our plan.
What about Filson?
Keep the unions out of this. Hello? Godmanchester. Ah oui. Comment ça va, mon brave? Ah, bien. Ah oui. C'est formidable. Est-ce que vous avez vu le président ce matin?
And 9 and toes and 10 and toes and carry on to the music.
Mad. Completely dotty.
Hello, Daddy, you're on the television. Why did the giraffe kill that man, the zookeeper?
Well, he didn't mean to kill him. He was just very angry and irritable.
I didn't know giraffe were dangerous. I thought they were just tall.
I presume there'll be an inquiry.
I don't know yet.
What do you mean, I don't know?
Well, none of them seem to give a damn. All they can do is quarrel about Leacock's National Park.
Well, make it your business to see that there is an inquiry and that you get to the bottom of it. If you don't, they're going to run all over you for the rest of your time there. It's an opportunity for you to state who you are and what you won't stand for.
Yes, darling. By the way, Bobby sends his love.
Don't be taken in by him. He's a bastard.
This fence is unsafe.
Morning, Carter.
Morning.
Enjoy your tea with the old man yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Anything on his mind?
No, he just wanted to meet the new boy, I suppose. But he was interested in Filson's death.
Oh, yes?
And he didn't see anything wrong with an inquiry either.
Into what?
Into the accident. Beard is prepared to make a statement.
Oh. I'd be very careful if I were you.
Why?
Well, he's a brilliant fellow, but tragedy has left its mark upon him. His wife's in Broadmoor, you know, having killed two of their children. Lives for his son. Brilliant chap, but crippled by polio. Well, there are other family sorrows, I believe, which have taken him out of the ken of ordinary chaps like you and me.
Do you think it affects his judgment?
Oh, no, of course not. But he might be a bit dodgy in the witness box, if there was an inquiry. If you see what I mean.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
Hello, little one. Where did you come from, huh?
Just wondered how old Filson was.
Oh, he's fine.
Is he in today?
Yes. He prefers it. It's quite peaceful here.
I see. Now, is there anything I can do?
No thanks. I hope you don't mind. I made the funeral arrangements.
That's very good of you, thank you.
Well, the boy's father was my head keeper. Incidentally, Mrs. Filson said something about wanting cheerful flowers. I can't think what she meant.
Coloured ones, I suppose.
How very extraordinary. Well, you'd better warn Falcon in case he sends the ordinary white ones.
Will he go?
Naturally. He was the boy's curator. Oh, God knows it can't be said he took much care of him. My sister and I will go, of course, but there ought to be somebody from the society as a whole. I don't think quite the director, do you? You better go, Simon.
Yes, all right. Where is it?
Kensal Green Roman Catholic Cemetery. So at least there won't be any of that awful cremation with non-denominational prayers and things.
How the hell are we going to get there?
Oh, undertakers are among the privileged. They're sending a minibus. There's one thing you can do, though. Keep Elephant Joe away from him for the time being, will you?
What on earth's Elephant Joe?
Strawson. Leaving spikes lying around. It was unforgivable.
Will you say that at the inquiry?
What inquiry?
Morning, Mr. Carter, sir. How fares the day?
Let this jump there at once, Strawson. And you might take a look at the taper enclosure as well. I shall be making a thorough inspection later. And if it assists your pride, I mean an inspection of the whole gardens, not just the ungulates under your command.
What the hell do you mean by telling my keeper to clean up? Any orders you wish to convey, you will kindly pass through me.
I merely warned him that there'd be a safety inspection of the zoo today and that your exotic collection would come in for special attention.
Strawson is my man, Carter. I will not have him ordered about by anyone other than me.
Why do you insist on treating him as if he was some kind of feudal retainer?
He was with me in the Himalayas, Carter, when I went after the Yeti. And when it had me pinned to the ground, it was Strawson who shot him.
With a machine gun? Beard told me.
It was him or me. The office of secretary has gone to his head.
The thing is, do I clear out the enclosures or shall I leave them as they are?
Of course! Clean them out, you lazy swine!
Well, I shall need help.
Then get some!
Look, wouldn't you prefer to go on home? You don't have to come in.
Well, Matthew Price specifically asked me.
Still, it's above and beyond the call of duty, and it's bound to be absolutely ghastly.
Well, if your job's important, I should play my part. And if things are going to be that bad, you'll need all the help you can get.
Mr. Filson, this is my wife, Martha. Martha, this is Mr. Filson.
How do you do, Mr.
How do you do, Mr. Filson?
Nice to meet you. Do come in.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Come in.
Hello, man.
We're all very sorry, Mrs. Filson. I'm Martha Carter. I thought it was a very moving ceremony.
Yes, dear. Did you know my Derek?
No, but Simon told me all about it.
I suppose you saw that awful man Wallbang on the TV yesterday.
Yes, I did.
Dropped us right in the shit. I mean, it's quite awful, isn't it? Between them and the Russians, we haven't got a chance.
You're Matthew's sister, aren't you?
Yes.
We've never met.
Oh, but I know you so well. You're always on the telly. I hope you don't think I'm rude.
No, it happens all the time. Good afternoon, Mrs. Wilson.
I thought you were very good in the witness box, dear.
Well, I had to be frank.
Yes, dear. My Derek would have been pleased. Pity he never met you.
Now, there will be a complete inquiry, as the coroner said, and we'll do our level best to find out exactly what happened.
Yes, dear. Well, talk to his father about that.
Yes.
You remember that woman with the eagle owl?
No, you two go off and enjoy.
She brought it here for a check. Of course, I'd forgotten. There was all hell to pay.
Charlie!
Matthew, this is my wife, Martha.
Be so useful with the wine.
I was only telling Mr. Price.
Our Derek's dead and you're talking about owls.
He was fond of them too. Because I know these things aren't too easy.
But makes glad to come.
What's his
How is he?
He doesn't want a fuss. He hated the inquest, and he'll have nothing to do with it.
But in '84, it became partly financed by the United Nations.
Hello, Bobby. How are you?
I'm well.
Come to pay respects?
Where's Leacock?
Absent.
I see. I suppose you know your husband's giving us a high old time at the zoo.
He's concerned about the accident.
Well, it's easy to be wise after the event.
He doesn't like muddle.
Well, he's simply not used to the real world. He comes from where everything's written down for him in a script. I'd hoped that we'd married to you might have taught him otherwise.
And I hope the Filsons will be compensated for their loss. I mean, a very large sum of money.
It's the American way, I suppose.
Mrs. Carter, I'm Sanderson.
Hello.
I'm curator of the insects at the zoo.
My husband told me about you.
You're an American.
I should have thought that was obvious.
You have children?
Who?
You should take them back.
That? Stay.
Take Carter too. They'll snap him up. He's got everything: brains, charm, ability.
You really think things are that bad here?
Yes, I do. You'll find this silly, but my acts are already anticipating it.
Anticipating what?
The future. They're adapting, shedding their wings, growing thicker shells, or simply moving into lower gear. It's been going on for some time now. It's a minimal survival mode. Of course, there are other interpretations.
Have you spoken to my husband about this?
No, we haven't had time for a chat yet.
Oh, you mean he's too busy?
But you will remember what I said. Get out and take it with you soon.
You are serious?
Yes, I am.
You're Martha. I'm Matthew's sister. You know Filson's chum.
I've just been talking to Mr. Sanderson. He made my hair stand on end.
Well, you'll get used to him. He's a high-gravity freak.
Well, he said the insects were preparing for World War III.
Well, I expect they are, don't you?
Come along, Kay. It's all been too much, hasn't it, eh?
But I want him. I need him.
You need him? What do you think I felt like when you took him away from me? Where did he find you? You were never our sort of a person.
But you've never thought of him. Not even today.
What do you think all this is about?
Madge.
What do I care for this lot? They're snobs. I want my Derry.
Come along, my dear. There's a good girl. Come on. Yes. Come along.
No, absolutely nothing. Just try and get the party going. Jolly him up a bit.
You were staring at me.
You were staring at me.
Was I?
I'm Simon Carter.
I'm Leacock's daughter, Harriet. I suppose the old man isn't here?
No.
No. Just friends and colleagues. How popular the Filsons have become all of a sudden. Afraid they might sue. Did you know Derek?
No, I didn't.
He was a nice boy. I should go and say hello to Mrs. Filson on behalf of my creepy family. But I should like to see you again.
How am I to take that?
Anywhere you like. Is that your wife?
Yes.
Then it will have to be another time.
This is a wake, you know.
He had a lot of friends, but somehow they just didn't turn up.
I'm sure they'll come later, Mrs. Filson. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thank you very much for coming.
Goodbye, Mr. Filson.
Bye, Mrs. Carter.
Thank you. You're right there.
Goodbye, girl.
It wasn't your fault.
I should always blame myself.
Oh, don't do that. But it seems an awful waste, don't it? He gets born, brought up, sent to school, only to be knocked down by a bleeding giraffe. The day they stopped the cars in London, I said to myself, that's one thing he'll be safe from, being knocked down.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
I wanted to thank you for the way you've looked after us.
Rarely have the director to thank for that.
Derek hadn't been at the zoo long, sir, but it was in his blood. You've no idea how proud he was to be working there.
Look, Filson, if you're trying to tell me that you don't want an inquiry...
No, sir, I don't.
The zoo should be run competently, and it's our duty to see that it is.
Yes, I thought of that, Mr. Carter. To be honest, that's what I told Mr. Price.
Right,
but he pointed out that no good would come from a lot of unpleasant things being said.
Look, nothing's going to alter my resolution, Filson. I'm sorry, but we're all far too busy these days forgetting what we don't want to remember.
Oh, I shan't forget Mr. Carter, especially Strawson's part in it.
But you have to consider the orders that he may have been given.
It's not my business to look higher than Strawson.
Thank you so much. Bye, nice to see you.
Bye. Bye-bye, Matt.
Bye, Simon.
Look, I don't want any inquiry. It'll do none of us any good. My wife's of the same mind.
They could do with the money, Filson.
I'll tell them you're not proceeding any further, Mr. Carter, and lay their minds at rest.
If that is your wish.
It is.
Right.
The summit conference, which begins tomorrow, has only one item on the agenda: the avoidance of a world nuclear conflict. In an interview he gave to our correspondent at London Heliport, General Wallbanger, the American Secretary of State, had this to say.
We are going there to do our utmost to ease the tension which exists between ourselves and the Soviet Union.
Asked if Britain could do anything to calm the present crisis in the Middle East, the Secretary said,
I think Britain has a major role to play in the region, particularly in those countries where she has traditionally a strong relationship.
Has the United States no intention of intervening in those negotiations?
I think it would be non-ethical for the United States to attempt to mediate in a quarrel between Great Britain and other oil-rich states. That could be interpreted as interference in market forces. Thank you very much.
The summit, the direct result of
What
the
do you
UN
know about
Secretary's appeal
Sanderson?
1 week ago for a fresh initiative
Oh,
to
dear old
resolve the
chap,
oil
isn't he?
crisis, will take place in
He
an
said something
atmosphere of
odd is
suspicion and
happening to his
mistrust.
insects.
It was inevitable that the
As if
great
they were
powers would be drawn
preparing
into
for some
dispute sooner or later. Whether their
cataclysmic
presence here
event.
will have the desired effect of pouring oil on troubled
I'm sure he's right. It'll take place in the year
We're
1000.
all asking ourselves here in socialist
Well, he
Turkey.
talked as if it were next
However,
week.
we are
They
keeping our
always do.
But the crisis in the Middle East took an unexpected turn today when the Sultana of Bilad al Hawa flew into Heathrow in a hijacked jet of the Bilad al Hawa royal flight. The Sultana, former debutante Dolly Grant-Allen, was accompanied by her 2 young children, Princess Desiree and Prince Shia. A representative of the Sultan later called at the Foreign Office, demanding the return of the aircraft and the children, whom he claimed had been taken from Bilad al Hawa without the Sultan's permission. Well, that's all.
You know, Filson didn't want my help. He didn't want the money. He didn't even want revenge. Not on any level higher than Strawson.
You mean Bobby got off scot-free?
Yeah.
You gotta hand it to him. He's got nerve.
That episode... That's classic. Edwin Leacock, the zoo's director, can only think of his forthcoming television lecture.
I'm tired of sand. I'm tired of talking only to women. I'm tired of averting my gaze every time a man walks by. In short, I have had the Arab life up to here. And I want a divorce.
What about your country?
I am not spending the rest of my life walled up in Bilad al Hawa as an invisible export.
Have you any idea of how much is riding on your marriage? In the way of tanks, missiles, orders for computer wear?
That's not what's worrying you. It's the fact that this government has supplied my husband with a deterrent. And you're sitting there sweating, wondering what will happen if he turns nasty.
It's your duty to keep him sweet. Godmanchester here. Oh, good morning, Prime Minister. Yes, she's here now. I made it quite clear that she can expect no sympathy from this quarter. Oh, yes. Of course I'd be interested. There'll be certain conditions. May I give you my answer this evening? Goodbye, Prime Minister. Go back to him.
There is not the slightest possibility of my going to jail. I'm young and female, and it's a first offence. But Arthur, I'm afraid, is for the high jump.
Yeah, but armed robbery, Harry.
It was for the movement! But I won't say that in court. Arthur says we must do nothing to bring it into disrepute.
I suppose robbing a bank for animal lib might be construed as bringing it into disrepute. But if you don't say so, you'll go to jail. Now think of your mother.
There you go, Dad. If I'm going to be a martyr, that's okay. But a common or garden criminal, oh no, that's something else.
But it is something else.
Can I rely on you for your support? For money? For a lawyer?
Yes.
What about Arthur?
No, Arthur can go hang himself.
I'm just going. Oh, hello, Simon.
Is your father here?
What's left of him? I've just ruined his morning. You're my next target.
Now, come in, Carter. Don't take any notice of her.
See you in a little while.
I didn't know you knew Harriet.
Yes, I met her at Filson's funeral.
I want to warn you about my daughter, Carter. She is at the moment on remand on the charge of armed robbery. She has these liaisons with men that lead her into trouble. I would therefore advise you to stay well clear.
She struck me as being rather nice.
No, she's one of nature's destroyers.
And very attractive.
Where sex is concerned, she is a predator. For your own sake, stay clear of her. Now, about young Filson's death, I have decided that there'll be an internal inquiry.
An internal one?
Yes, a public inquiry would put us at the mercy of the media.
Well, who'll sit on the board?
Myself, Lord Orsby, and Lord Godmanchester. I don't think you can get a more impartial tribunal than that.
The chairman of the board, the president of the society, and the director?
Yes. Now, what is it you want to see me about?
Safety. I've arranged for Dr. Erskine to come down from Glasgow for a week and look the place over.
Oh, what about my lecture?
Oh, we can still work on it.
I just don't want my lecture thought of as some afterthought in the week's program.
Who's the producer?
His name's Hinckley Barton. Do you know him?
Yes, yes, I do. Hinckley's a great man for strengths and weaknesses.
Strengths and weaknesses?
Well, he's a music man, really. I mean, you can usually tell what he thinks of a program by the title music. Has he said anything to you about this one?
He suggested Wagner.
Uh-huh. Yes?
I've got Lord Godmanchester on the line.
Can you put him through, please? No, please, please. Please, I won't be a moment. Yes, Lord Godmanchester.
I wanted you to be the first to know I'm joining the government. I've been given the Home Office. The 1 or 2 details to be worked out, but you can expect an announcement in the morning.
Congratulations. Where does the zoo fit into all this?
I shall be taking the zoo with me. Don't worry. There'll be nothing in writing, but in future you'll get extra funds from my department. I'm telling you all this because I want you to press ahead with all speed. How is Leacock's lecture coming along?
He's working on it.
Have you read it?
Yes, it's a straightforward pitch for the nature reserve. By the way, they've assigned Hinckley Barton as producer. Did you have anything to do with that?
I have every confidence in Hinckley.
Would you like some coffee? Please, sit down. Now, what can I do for you?
I had wanted to ask your advice about an illustrator for my new book. Old Bond does them usually, but he's getting past it, I think. He's 80, and he lives at Ongar.
Wouldn't it be rather fine if he was to do your last book?
What do you mean, my last book?
I meant your latest.
You said my last?
Well, it was just a slip of the tongue. I just meant that old Bond, being on his own out at Ongar, could do with the work, that's all.
This new book of mine is going to be a very important thing, Carter. The whole field of wolf spiders has needed a survey for a long time. It would have interested your predecessor. But then he was an extraordinary chap.
Very well, I'll find you a new illustrator. Now, is there anything else?
No.
At Filson's funeral, you mentioned to my wife something about your insects.
My insects?
Yes, that they were behaving rather oddly.
I referred to transformations which certain beetles are undergoing at the present time. However, it is too early to give even an informed guess as to what is causing this.
But you told my wife that you thought that they were in some way anticipating a nuclear attack.
How can a beetle anticipate a nuclear attack?
Well, you advised her to return to America.
So she should. And you should go with her. This is no country for young men. Should I get any further with the beetles, I'll let you know. In the meantime, I shall await your choice of illustrator for my wolf spider book with interest. It had better be someone who's interested in spiders.
This is Dr. Erskine, the safety specialist. Dr. Erskine is the designer of the Erskine glove. This is Sir Robert Falcon, curator of mammals. This is Mr. Strawson, the keeper.
How do you do?
You do. If you're God's gift to safety, what happened to your foot?
I dropped a weight on it. I'm now having a new boot designed to my specification. It will be known as the Erskine boot.
And in Glasgow, I would imagine. So you're bringing in outsiders?
Experts.
Experts, my foot.
No, Erskine's foot.
Pork City. All those with religious qualms are exonerated. Window down here, sir.
I suppose you realize you're playing right into Leacock's hands?
Am I?
His ultimate goal is to close this place down and disperse us to the ends of the road to his so-called nature reserve.
And I've come to the opinion that Leacock's ideas are quite sound.
Because they're new, they're sound, is that it? The cult of tomorrow. Well, when my hippos are dying on some recycled slag heap, I shall remind you, Carter, that you played a part in putting them there.
We can't stand still, Bobby. We must move with the times.
Do you call this moving with the times? Turning this place into a factory for the breeding of endangered species? Where's Brumus the bear? People used to queue round the park to see him. And Chichi.
Next stop, the giraffes.
Where it all happened.
This is a very old building.
Yes, Miss Burton. The only one left.
Looks a bit doubtful.
Better not tell Sir Robert that. We used to have some nice animals in the old lion house. Not tame, but friendly. Used to be able to do tricks with them. Put your head in their mouths. Not anymore.
You don't think there's something rather undignified about turning a lion into a pet?
So it's dignity we're talking about now.
Thank you, Strawson. Right, let's finish with mammals. Reptiles after lunch.
Hello, Simon. May we join you?
Yes, do, please.
Carter, how did it go this morning?
Very well.
Well, I got some rather distressing news. Beard has heard about the inquiry and submitted written evidence.
So?
Well, it's quite hostile. Not the sort of balanced view that someone in his position should take.
Worried, is he?
Yes.
He's only thinking about his lecture.
No, I think it's a little more important.
So much work to do in the research block. I just wish he'd get his priorities right. All we've heard about in the last 3 months is his lecture.
I'm told you're giving it next year.
God forbid.
Dr. Englander, this is Dr. Erskine.
Glad to have you aboard. Your fame precedes you.
It does.
You are the designer of the Erskine glove.
I am.
And now I hear you are designing a boot.
That is correct.
I hope you didn't mind me bringing Erskine along.
Oh, you are right to be concerned. We have over 200 snakes here, classified under dangerous species. And since under our director's enlightened rule that all species are to be preserved in their wild state, none of their poison sacs have been removed. Ah, Rackham. Yeah, this is one of my favorites. Could drop a 16-stone mail in 4 seconds.
May I see the basement? It would be as well to know where the snakes would go if they got out.
Yes, certainly. My office is down there. Thank you, Rackham. And will you kindly show Mr. Erskine round?
What happens if you have a disaster? An earthquake, that sort of thing?
These cases have been constructed to resist tremors to up to 0.9 Richter scale.
Or what about a nuclear bomb?
That's different, of course.
Have you considered the possibility?
Snakes could escape into the city.
And breed?
Yes.
What precautions were taken during the last war?
The dangerous species were destroyed, but I gather it took some time. Each snake was identified individually, head cut off, signed for in the presence of a Home Office official. Very tedious business.
I wonder whether next time round we're going to have that sort of time. Those Home Office instructions still stand?
Yes, I think so.
Do you have a copy?
No. I must make clear, Carter, that if there is a next time, the snakes won't be there. I will see that they are removed. You must understand. I will not have one of the best collections in the world destroyed on the whim of a government official.
Do you have the serum log?
Sure.
Thank you. Let me get this straight. What you're saying is that in the event of a nuclear attack, you will take off with the best of your collections whether you have permission or not?
That's about it. But the subject is so remote, it hardly bears contemplating.
But you have contemplated it.
Why do you say that?
I was asking you a question.
Haven't we all? The reptile has Dr. Englander. Oh, tell him. We can supply the serum, provided international regulations are adhered to. How much does he want? Thank you.
You're a member of One Europe?
Are you surprised?
I thought they were dangerously racist and anti-Semitic.
They have certain attitudes towards race and colour based on scientific principles. They're not against blacks or Jews as such. You are surprised?
Yes, I am.
Well, what surprises me is that you were unaware of my politics. It was that which has denied me the directorship of the zoo. Even today, if I were to recant and embrace social democracy, as Leacock is continuously urging me to do, I'd still be in the line for the job next time round.
But you won't?
Recant? No. I'll just wait for history to reshuffle the deck, as she does from time to time. Then my turn will come.
At 1 minute to midnight last night, Eastern Time, the President of the United States and Mr. Viktor Platonov, representing the Soviet Union, signed a treaty of non-interference in the affairs of the Middle East. This treaty is going to have far-reaching consequences for all of us. This is Alfred Hancock for NBC, broadcasting to America and the world. From Chicago, good morning.
They play the Soviet anthem as the President shakes hands with Mr. Platonov.
This calls for a celebration!
Oh, what?
Champagne!
What are you talking about?
It's the beginning of the end of the Cold War. The whole of my life I've lived with it. Now, at last, it's over.
This is the worst thing to happen to the West since the Hitler-Stalin Pact. Don't you understand? When the Americans and the Russians draw back, the Arabs will crucify us.
A sobering thought. You will have to find peace or get blown up. It concentrates the mind wonderfully.
This isn't a bloody rerun of the Falklands. It's an entirely different situation.
Is it?
They have all got the bomb!
And who gave it to them? God bless America.
How much water do you have in these tanks?
18,000 gallons, I'm told. We also have some spare capacity.
Hi there.
You're Kite?
Yeah, I'm Jack Lee's assistant.
Kite, this is Dr. Erskine. Dr. Erskine, this is Jack Lee's assistant.
Who's Jack Lee?
Jack Lee's the curator, but he's never here.
Do you mind if I look round?
Not at all. Go ahead.
I gather Jack Lee's in Borneo.
Yeah.
What's he doing there?
Trying to find evidence to support the idea that whales once walked on land. There's some evidence to indicate they might have done so during the Cryptozoic period. It's what's known as the low-gravity theory.
Sanderson's a low-gravity nut, too.
Yes, he is.
What about you?
Nah, I'm a Genesis man. But there's no grounds in that.
Now, what happens in the event of a nuclear war?
We poison the tanks. Who knows what kind of freaks would come out of them. Jack Lee and I have talked it over, and we want everything destroyed before that happens.
Why not get in a separate reserve of water down here? It'd be protected from radiation, wouldn't it?
You'd need another 25,000 gallons of Biscay water to be safe.
Biscay?
It's the nearest unpolluted seawater. Anyway, I don't reckon the society'd wear it.
Why not?
It's too expensive. And Leacock's not interested in us. He's in the nature reserves. That's where the poison's kept.
What is it?
Cyclone B. And this is Jack Lee's office.
That's Jack Lee?
Yeah.
My God, he's young. He's younger than me.
Oh, you gotta be an air game.
Well, I thought we'd open with Zarathustra. And you'd see this lion on the African plain getting up in the morning. He gets up and stretches. The sun is rising behind him, and with a great roar, it springs at the camera. Then I'd cut to a station sign, like Pithwilly.
One of those improbable Welsh names, and there'd be this tiger.
Striding across the track. Then I'd cut to Leacock. He'd be up a mountain with a backpack.
And a pair of binoculars.
What's the other opening?
This is a bit folksy, don't laugh, but it opens with a country choir, with the LSO backing, of course, singing, "Oh, give me a home where the buffalo
roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word."
Mrs. Parrott, can you find out how I can get a delivery of Biscay water, please?
Home on the range.
Where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a
Discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy
all day. What do you think about that?
Yes, you're right, it's folksy.
What? Well, you've been away too long. Oh, you don't know what people are into. They are into sentiment. Well, they're into schmaltz. They're into schmutter.
They always were, Hinkley, but it's not a good image for the zoo.
Oh, the hell with the zoo! I'm projecting an image of an old man up his mountain with all of his animals around him.
Not like Noah?
Oh, hell no. Like the Lone Ranger.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a dream. Is that all right?
It's been used before.
Oh, for God's sake, Carter, I'm not questioning the text. It's my arms. How are my arms?
They won't see your arms. They'll just be watching your eyes and mouth and noting whether or not you're smiling. That's all.
Oh, very well. Well, then I go on to say, it is a dream that I have held in my heart for many years. Our cities are overcrowded. And then we'll see pictures of overcrowded cities. And our zoos, too. And then we'll see pictures of disappearing countryside, blocks of flats, and that sort of thing. And the animals that used to live in those fields, they're gone, too. And then we'll see pictures of disappearing animals.
How can you have pictures of disappearing animals?
We take pictures of animals that are fast disappearing. With lines running down them, 16 mil, old-fashioned pictures, wildcat and avocet and ptarmigan, badgers, that sort of thing. We have lost touch with nature. We have lost touch with ourselves. Oh, yes, then we'll see pictures of communities, rush hour traffic. Well, you know the score. Let me show you how England used to look. The landscapes of Palmer and Constable and Turner. And then I show them what England used to look like. And then I show them the sort of animals that used to live there. It was crawling with animals. Boars and bear and bustards and storks.
Look, she's a selfish woman who's causing a lot of trouble. There could be a war.
If you hadn't pulled out of the Middle East, they wouldn't have been able to blackmail us like this.
If you tool up your friends with all that hardware, you can't afford to prank around.
I didn't bloody well tool them up, as you call it. The British government did.
Well, you're British, aren't you? Wish to God you take responsibility for your actions. The days are gone when you can send a gunboat without reference to the rest of the world. It's too goddamn dangerous.
All right, so what's the alternative? We can't send her back to the harem. Our principle's at stake.
So's the world.
Oh, shut up.
You strike me as a haunted man.
Do I?
You're surrounded by old men. That's what's happened to the world. People die a lot older these days, and they hang on to their jobs until the very end. There's no room for young people, and they resent it. I know. They come in here, and they sit and look at the birds. But they don't see them.
I'm worried about my wife.
Did you get on with her?
Very well.
You still make love?
All the time.
What's the matter then?
We have political differences.
Oh, is that all?
What do you think I should do?
Get out. Go to America.
That's what Sanderson told us.
They take her like a shot in San Diego. Then there's all those new zoos springing up in the Sunbelt.
I love it here. I love England. I have a wife whom I adore, a job that I love, 2 kids, enough money. What more could a man ask? So why go to San Diego?
I misjudged you. I thought you were a survivor.
I am a survivor.
The Air Sea Rescue Service.
Britain's relations with the state of Bilad al Hawa took a further dive when the Sultan's Boeing was refused landing rights at Heathrow Airport. The Boeing later landed in Paris, where the Sultan described the refusal as a hostile act. The Sultan is seeking the return of his 2 children, who are now in London with his wife, Dolly Grantham.
Constantly spiralling oil prices. The new Home Secretary, Lord Godmanchester, paid a surprise visit to the ambassador of Bilad al Hawa this afternoon.
Lord Godmanchester, this was your first task as Home Secretary.
Unhappily, yes.
Why was the Sultan denied his landing rights?
There were a number of armed men on board the aircraft. We were concerned it might lead to a breach of the peace.
You mean they'd come to kidnap the children?
Kidnap is too strong a word.
What about his marital rights? What's the situation with Dolly Grant Allen?
We're all hoping for a reconciliation.
What are the chances?
Well, that's up to the Foreign Secretary. After all, he is her uncle.
And if he fails?
We have to be very careful. The slightest misunderstanding could put us over the edge. That's why I took the unusual step of calling on the ambassador myself to explain our views.
Thank you.
In Westminster this afternoon, the Prime Minister defended the government's decision to supply nuclear arms to certain Arab states. We are merely implementing the policy of previous administrations to ensure the independence of our allies in the Middle East.
No. Come on. Yeah, I don't want to cuddle. There you go, snuggle down. There you go.
The Ayatollah, commenting that the orbiter flight path took it over the Muslim world, told a crowd of over 1 million that the orbiter was a killer satellite intended to destroy their communication systems in the event of war. If your eye doth offend you, pluck it out, he said, inviting the Russians to shoot it down before it was too late.
Good morning, Lord Hornsby. No problem with the traffic,
I bet you say that to all your guests.
Lord Hornsby, this is our secretary, Simon Carter.
How do you do, sir?
Good morning, ma'am.
I hope this isn't going to be an all-day affair.
No, Carter's conducting the examination.
The first going to fly, is it? What is the matter with your horses, Hornsby? I backed one the other day at Chepstow.
I don't see how, as Home Secretary, that you have time to study form.
Ah, that's what intelligence is for. I said to them, if you're as bright as all that, find out what's going to win the 3:30 at Chepstow. They came up with your wretched elephant.
I could have told you that was going to lose.
And when did Sir Robert arrive?
About 5 minutes later.
And was he alone?
No, he had Strawson and Mr. Sanderson with him.
Now, what was his first reaction?
He looked at Filson and sent Strawson for the gun.
Now, he actually looked...
Yes, Sir Robert.
I looked at the damn giraffe and sent for the gun. It was not my intention to shoot Filson. I repeat what I said. He looked at Filson and sent for the gun.
What does it matter who he looked at?
Well, it may suggest that if Sir Robert was looking at Filson when he sent for the gun, it was because he was appalled by Filson's injuries, which is quite different from looking at Smokey and assessing his state.
Did the giraffe startle the boy, or did the boy startle the giraffe? That's what we're trying to find out.
No, what I'm trying to establish is Smokey's exact physical condition.
Ask him if he was in pain.
We'll come to that in a minute.
Was he in pain? That is irrelevant. You see, he refuses to answer that question. The boy fell on a spike. He fell back because the giraffe went berserk. If the spike had not been there, the boy would not have fallen on it.
Ah, you will have an opportunity to state your views shortly, Sir Robert.
Was he in pain?
The giraffe has a tumor on the liver. I will say no more.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot proceed if Sir Robert continues to interrupt in this.
Tell him to ask the right question.
The point that I'm trying to make is whether Smokey's physical condition was a contributory factor to an accident which we have already agreed was in no small way due to the fact that a spike was left lying around in a giraffe enclosure and
I
which
was
had
against
no
the gun.
to be there.
No good could come of shooting it.
I don't know. It would have been an act of retribution.
We have also agreed that the relatively inexperienced Filson should not have been left unsupervised to tend a sick giraffe. In fact, we have agreed that there was negligence.
I don't think you should bandy the word negligence at this stage, Carter. We've yet to receive Beard's explanation as to the behavior of the giraffe.
Smokey's dead. He passed away quite peacefully, according to Johnston here. Didn't he?
He just went weak at the knees and then fell over like a great big tree.
Now he's gone, I hope that's the end of it. The inquiry will be left on the file pending the results of the autopsy. Are there any questions?
You can't just cut him up in steaks. He was a Blue Peter pet.
No, in due course he'll be cremated and there'll be some suitable press release. Isn't that so, Carter?
Well, I just hope you're satisfied.
Look, I said it's enough, Bobby. We'll have no more mention of it. The unfortunate accident that befell one of our young keepers only a short while ago.
I thought we agreed you were not to mention the accident.
Yeah, but it's in my lecture. I'm making a point.
Look, Filson's death won't make people say, let's have a zoo where the animals are free, but let's do away with zoos altogether. Look, why don't we just forget the whole idea of zoo? Let's just think animals. Now, people are attracted to animals because they are free.
Liberal cant, Carter. People are interested in animals because they eat one another. The idea that nature has any claims to nobility is a romantic fiction. I'm surprised to hear you espouse it.
You are a godless man, Englander.
Religion also has its uses. Combined with nature, it can be used to control the more unruly elements in our society.
Which reminds me, the police were looking for you.
Indeed.
Let me get this straight, Carter. You want me to remove all reference to zoos?
That's not what I mean. I want you to conjure up a place where animals can live and breed uncontaminated by the pressures of the human race and all its ghastly manifestations, which include, if I may say so, everything which Dr. Englander stands for. Don't you see? You are describing paradise.
Paradise, exactly. I shall remember that.
Rackham said you have something for me.
Yes, I have. Here's your new copy of the Home Office instructions in the event of war. I'd like you to sign for it, please.
The day this receipt book is to be checked, there'll be no one left capable of reading it.
I just want it for the record, thank you.
I doubt there'll be any records left either. Do you?
He's a funny chap, Englander. What was that about police?
Mrs. Parrott said there was a man from the special branch snooping around the other day.
Ah, well, he's a bit of a fascist, our doctor. I should have warned you about it.
Right. Again?
A resolution which would have condemned OPEC for yet another rise in the price of oil failed yesterday at the United Nations for lack of support from Russia and the United States.
I'm standing outside the OPEC office here in the Champs-Élysées.
How is Leacock's lecture coming along?
So-so.
How good a performer is he?
He's boring.
Well, can't you beef him up a little?
All I'm responsible for is the content. The presentation is up to Hinckley.
I have great confidence in Hinckley.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that. But he can be very vulgar.
That's his strength.
But you have been educated in Britain. You went to Eton and Sandhurst.
I did indeed, but that does not change my resolution.
So you wouldn't hesitate to remove your British advisors?
If I thought it now in our best interest, certainly.
Well, there are some people who might think that firing your entire British staff was in some way connected with your separation from your English wife.
They would be quite right. My wife has fled to England with my 2 children, one of whom, my son, is also heir to one of the oldest kingdoms in the Arab world. I've been told by the British courts that I have certain rights of access, which they said will be laid down in due course. I have simply this to say. I will see my son where and when I want to, and that any attempt to bar me from so doing will be met with whatever force I deem necessary. I advise the British government. It is in their best interest to hand over my 2 children without further delay.
Le sultan d'Eri vient de nous expliquer qu'il serait prêt
We're going to settle with the Arabs. The media will continue to treat it as if we are on the brink of war, but they've already agreed to a conference.
Oh, that's good news.
It still leaves Bilad al Hawa. Neri has the bomb.
So far, the Sultan
Well, how did he get it?
We gave it him.
Yes, we can't deliver it all this way.
If he wants to, he'll find a way, even if he has to deliver it in a Harrod's van. That's why it's so important that Leacock should present his lecture with some panache. If he takes the nation with him, we can get the animals out of London before things go wrong.
Where there is growing concern over the way
Right. I'll do my best.
Good evening, sir. Travelling in style now, I see, sir.
This is Dr. Leacock, Director of the National Zoo.
Look, I feel sick.
Leacock, is he on the list?
Well, he ought to be. He's giving a lecture.
Turn the car round, Carter. I'm not on the list.
Leacock, that will be with an L.
That's right.
Ah, yes, here. Very good, sir.
Thank you.
He didn't know who I was.
I wish you'd stop worrying. By the time you come out tonight, the whole country will know who you are.
Oh, my God, there he is.
Who?
Well, the producer. What's his name again?
Hinckley. Hinckley Barton.
Hinckley Barton.
Welcome to Television Centre, Dr. Leacock.
Hello, Simon.
Oh, Hinckley, it's all yours.
Oh, come with me, Dr. Leacock. The DG wants to meet you.
I don't think I can move.
Simon, give him a shove.
I can't do it.
Yes, you can.
Come on, Dr. Leacock. This is your big day. Oh, give me a hand, Simon.
Come on. There we go. That's right.
Oh.
The news, the first ever Attenborough lecture takes place here on BBC Three. Just starting on BBC One and Two, a party political group...
Mom, Miss Price is here.
Campaign for new...
Come on in, Diana.
Come on, darling, we're going to be late.
...of a harrowing nature, and persons of a nervous disposition are advised not to watch.
Far be it from me to advance the
And now
interests of
over to the old
NUP.
television centre where the
The
first
unedifying
ever Attenborough
spectacle
lecture
of
was
its
given by
members
Edwin Lee,
squabbling with the
the
members of
director of the
Sogat
National Zoo.
and Natsopa.
Dr. Leacock
The
was
phrase
talking about
ignorant armies which clash by night comes to mind was not of my making. When I decided to close down the paper and dismiss all the employees, it was not, I assure you, to settle some private grudge with the print unions. It was simply that the newspaper had become a loss-making item in my media division.
Tonight begins a new series of the Attenborough Lectures. The first in the series, which has the overall title of Dreams and Realities, is given by Dr. Edwin Leacock, Director of the National Zoo.
Doctor
Edwin Leacock is a family man and hails from Scunthorpe. Prior to his appointment as director of the National Zoo, he held the post of curator of mammals at Sydney, Australia, and before that he was a lecturer in zoology at Edinburgh University. An ardent defender of animal rights and anti-vivisectionist, England's most passionate advocate of nature reserves, Edwin Leacock is the ideal man to deliver the first of the Attenborough lectures.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to sing you a song with which most of you will be familiar. It epitomizes for me the essence of my lecture here tonight.
Dr. Leacock has now put on his head a large Stetson.
No. Oh, give me your horse, and the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the sky is not cloudy all day. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the sky is not cloudy all day. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a dream. Let me show you some of the most beautiful land that was ever created by God's hands. The land of Palmer and Constable and Turner. And let me show you the animals that lived on this land. The foxes and badgers and wildcat, the avocets and ptarmigan, the buntings and bitterns and crested grebe, and the wolves and the wild boar and the bear. The fact is that of all the resources available to us on Earth, the animal kingdom is the one that we are destroying the fastest. Already other areas, Snowdonia, Exmoor, Dartmoor, names once synonymous with natural beauty are now under concrete. Only the animals, the mammals, the reptiles, the insects, have learned to live successfully on this planet, to survive its many stages of development, to adapt to its different moods. I will go further. It is the animal kingdom which holds the key to our survival. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we must go out of our way to protect it.
being taken by the bulldozer. The developers call. Already other areas. Snowdonia, Exmoor, Dartmoor. Names once synonymous with natural beauty.
Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play.
Well, no, this is my friend the Yeti.
It's fantastic.
Yes, he was machine gunned on the slopes of the Himalayas by my colleagues, Sir Robert Falcon. I keep it up here as a perpetual reminder of his crime, and every time he comes in to see me, he's confronted with his swinish behavior. Shot in the back.
Daddy, you were wonderful.
Thank you, my dear. This is Hinckley who made it all possible.
Good evening, Mrs. Leacock. Weren't you at last year's garden party?
Yes, I was there. Wasn't Her Majesty pretty?
Yes, all.
Where's Carter?
Don't you because take off that makeup, Edwin?
No.
Some people find those events such a drag, but I thrive on them.
We are destroying the fascists.
What awful rubbish, all this doomsday business.
I don't think he'd have done it if he didn't think that someone would be listening.
And if you only want to listen to us, will we realize?
Be nice to him, Bobby. It's his big day.
Good evening, Mrs. Carter. I thought you did rather well.
Yes.
Did you think any more about our conversation at the Filsons?
Yes, I did. How are your insides?
Still digging. You ordered 25,000 gallons of whiskey water for Jack, didn't you?
Did I? I don't remember.
Very decent of you. He won't forget it. Jolly good. Thank you.
Well, now that's all over. Let's get on with the real work. We're right behind you in the research block.
Well, that's very good of you.
God, how I loathe them. Do you know the only person who gives me a buzz in this place is the Yeti? Even stuffed, he's more than a match for these deadbeats.
Excuse me, there's a call for you. It's Lord Godmanchester. Shall I put it through to your office?
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, it's all down to Hinckley.
Tell Leacock to come and see me tomorrow.
Does he get his reserve?
Yes, but let me tell him my way.
I'd be very pleased.
You did a good job, Carter. Good night.
Bum, 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 bum.
Let's make up. I have a feeling we haven't got long.
Oh, there's another chance to see that.
Is that your wife?
Yes, it is.
Congratulations. Keep it up.
That?
Godmanchester.
What's he doing here so early?
Maybe I should find out.
I'm going on to the gym.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Carter. You're in early?
What's going on?
We're having a meeting of the council.
At 8 in the morning?
Well, they're all busy men.
How many are coming?
And we have a quorum, if that's what you mean.
And what's on the agenda?
Well, it seems, Carter, that my television program had a very powerful effect on our president. He's offered me the major part of his Stratton Park estate.
Carter! I thought your curiosity would get the better of you.
Where's the rest of the council?
Well, if they have any sense, I imagine they're at Newmarket. They're running the 2,000 guineas there today.
And you hope to get this through while their backs are turned?
I appreciate your qualms, but time is of the essence.
And what are your proposals?
I've just Xeroxed them. The first 2 years will run as an ordinary lease to the society, and not a particularly advantageous one at that. After that, if all goes well, I shall hand over the entire estate. You'll have half a dozen mountains to play with.
It's a magnificent offer.
So, what's the hurry?
Well, the removal of the collections. Lord Godmanchester thinks it should start right away.
But we will need all sorts of planning permissions. Then there's the ecology. We can't just dump a large number of animals on site without regard for the existing wildlife.
Supposing I were to tell you that my offer is conditional on an immediate start.
Then I'd say it can't be done.
You've heard my views on that.
Oh, for God's sake, man. Leacock, you must recognize the degree of forward planning involved.
But when will the society ever get an offer like this again?
But what do you want me to do?
Well, as you're here, why don't you put it to the board?
There's going to be opposition, you know.
From whom?
From all of us.
I take it we are agreed that the council recommends that we accept Lord Godmanchester's most kind offer. Does anyone disagree? It is therefore carried nem con. Subject, of course, to the agreement of the curators.
Mr. Chairman, we may have a problem there. Some are against it.
Then they must be persuaded otherwise.
But is their veto binding?
Yes, sir, it is. I must have a unanimous decision from the curators.
You wouldn't accept a majority decision in this case?
In a matter of this importance, no, sir. Although abstentions are in order.
Abstentions?
I don't understand your misgivings, Leacock. I'm sure in view of the enthusiasm with which our secretary has put the proposal, the curators will say yes.
Unanimous.
Carter will see to it. Won't you, Carter?
You'll see to it, won't you, Carter?
No, you will.
Good morning, gentlemen. I suppose you've heard the good news?
What's good about it? Oh, miserable academic and penalties behind our back, but you're not getting away with it. You will not get away with it. Come on, my dead body.
Well, does anyone else feel like
I will
voting?
run against it and resign.
All right.
What?
What you want?
Don't tell me what I want. They will. What do you mean they will? Well, what do you want? I'd rather you want the bloody Amazon.
All right, Bobby. Sure, the council will be happy to finance such an expedition under your command. Carter, come in here, please. Sir Robert has agreed to abstain on the matter of the National Reserve. Instead, he'll be going up the Amazon on an expedition financed from the Society's funds.
Can we afford it?
Cheap at the price.
Is there anything else?
I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but when a no-talent like you gets a big shot on TV to air his ideas, and the next day the Minister of Home Affairs comes up with a £6 million offer to put them into practice, that is no coincidence, and you had something to do with it.
You don't think Godmanchester has the good of the country at heart?
Oh, yes, like you, I suppose.
Right. Are you ready to meet the others?
One at a time. You must be mad. I was only going to take some of the more harmless of your reptiles down there just to see how things worked out.
They're not human, Leacock. They don't need a holiday. They're quite content to stay where they are. They know their place in the order of things. Their minds span ages unknown to you. They play a waiting game, biding their time, perhaps, until the end of the cryptozoic age.
And how long will that be?
Who knows? 100 million years?
So a month or two in Stretton is neither here nor there, do they?
That is not the point. It's just that it's a very ill-advised move. Look at the terms of your lease. The first 2 years are unsecured. You must be out of your mind.
And I trust Godmanchester.
He is a power-mad maniac whose time is nearly up.
Coming from you, Englander, I find that remark odd.
It takes one to know one. Look, I am prepared to sign if there is a clear understanding that not one of my collection is taken down there. Will you agree to that?
I'm profoundly grateful, Englander. Once you've signed, we shall have no trouble with the rest. I suppose you realize, Sanderson, that Englander has signed and Price has signed and Falcon has abstained?
What about Jacqueline?
Well, all the indications are that he'll agree. Only you insist on saying no. Well, why? What difference does it make to your insects whether they're hiding under a stone in Regent's Park or Armageddon?
It does. But I don't suppose I could convince you of that. You're running down the zoo. If this thing's successful, all the animals will transfer down there and none will be available here.
Isn't that what we all want? A place where the animals can be free. Oh, give me a home where the buffaloes roam.
I'm thinking of the people who come here and talk to the animals. Particularly the old people.
So your objections are sentimental?
Yes.
Then the whole future of the zoo rests on that absurd consideration.
Supposing a bomb drops, Sanderson.
Insects are impervious to radioactivity.
Insects, maybe.
I won't sign. I'll abstain.
Englander, Beard and Price have signed. Falcon and Sanderson have abstained. You and I are for it, so are the Council and the President. That should do.
Come in.
It's from Dr. Jackley. He's in Durban.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mary.
Well, what does he say?
It says no. As far as I am concerned, Carter, that was a telex we never received.
Roy Strawson. How's the director?
New man now we're on the ground. What's all this then?
Baboons, pumas, and leopards.
Welcome to Stretton. Look, it's one of Matthew's. We got 2 pairs. Shove your things in the back, sir. Thank you. Get in.
So, how's it going?
No, we made a start on the exotic park. And up in the Beechwood, we're staking out the beginnings of the historic British Reserve. Wolves and bears and such.
Badger sets?
2. Neither marked. Do you remember your campaign against the ministry? Stop them gassing badgers.
Yes.
How did you do it?
Do what?
Make them change their mind.
It's proved that gassing was both ineffective and cruel and quite unjustified.
Oh, yes, we know all that, but how did you actually make them do it? I mean, you had to take on Whitehall, the whole veterinary establishment. You could have ruined your career.
Here she goes.
Where? Ah, yeah.
That's the female. You know, it's an awful thing to say, but I find them more human than humans.
Oh, look, they're the cubs. What gas did they use?
Cyanide. Took them some time to die.
To badger. To tease, pester, torture. Torture? Chase? I didn't know that. It goes back hundreds of years.
Well, the British have always been at war with the badger since Shakespeare's time.
Why?
I don't know. Because they're night creatures, I suppose.
I'm a night creature.
I know.
I'd like to go out with you next time.
Sure.
Tomorrow?
No, I have to go back in the morning, but next time I'm down?
Oh, cocoa.
I don't want any, Dad.
Has she gone to bed?
Yes.
Come on, boy.
I can't remember the last night you spent at home.
Well, here's to Stretton.
Oh, have you heard the news? There's something about us.
There is far too much publicity.
You should be happy that everything is going so well.
Is it? I heard that one of the big cats got out the other night.
There's bound to be teething troubles.
Even the zoo came in for its share of censure. This was no time, said one MP, for the zoo to move its animals to Wales. It can only be interpreted in certain quarters.
How are you getting to the station?
Strawson's taking me.
Jump in, I'll do it.
So why are we going this way?
It's quicker. We've got 10 minutes. Don't look so po-faced. We'll be there on time.
What is it you want?
I wanted to show you all this. That's what I want.
Yes, well, now that I've seen it, let's go. Thanks for the lift. Good afternoon, Beard. Hello, Mrs. Porritt.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Carter.
Paddington Bear. Animals lead evacuation as war rumors spread. I hope you're keeping these clippings, Mrs. Porritt.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, there's a fire practice in about 5 minutes, Mr. Carter.
Yes, all right. Hundreds of Londoners followed Paddington Bear to the stations yesterday, leaving their offices to join the great tramp into the country. Hotels in the West Country reported no vacancies for the first time in 5 years.
It's just like a bank holiday.
Oh, your wife called.
Would you call her back for me, please? Good afternoon. Has my Biscay water arrived, Mrs. Porritt?
Well, it's at the docks, but heaven knows how you'll get it here.
Talk to Jack, his assistant. He'll find a way.
Oh, yes. Oh, there's a policeman to see you, Detective Inspector Martin.
Is it urgent?
He didn't say.
Would you ask him to wait till after I've spoken to Mrs. Carter, please?
Yes.
And was that Mr. Beard I saw there amongst the files?
Yes, sir.
Would you ask him to come in for a moment, please? Thank you. Hello, Martha?
You're back.
Yes, I've just got in.
Can you get over here? It's important.
No, I can't. I've got a meeting at 5.
I've taken Reggie out of school.
Why?
Well, that's what I want to talk to you about. I want to put him on a plane to California, and Violet, too. But Bobby says that by now, all the transatlantic flights are full.
Is he there?
Yes. He's just off to Brazil.
Would you put him on, please? Look, I won't keep you a moment. Bobby?
Hello?
Bobby?
I told you I was going, and I am. I'm not hanging around to see my collection split right down the middle by that loony Leacock. Have you seen this morning's papers?
Yes, I've got them here.
It's a bloody disgrace. What's that bear doing in Paddington Station? Bears don't travel by train, they go by truck.
Look, it's a publicity stunt.
I understand he's lost one of my cats. Now, how does a man lose a type?
It appears very easily.
He's an incompetent. Now, when I get back, I want you to have all this sorted out, Simon. You know, it's all your fault. I mean,
You should get a grip on this organization. That's what you're paid to do.
Bobby?
Yes?
Would you put Martha back on the line, please?
Simon?
Look, have you got to decide now?
No, you've got to make the decision. I'm not calling to tell you. I'm calling to ask you.
Right, I'll try and reserve some seats. 3. What do you mean, 3?
Honey, I have to go, too. As soon as I've settled the children in Los Angeles, I'll be back. I'll leave them with Hester. They'll love it.
Simon?
Yes.
You want to come home and talk about it?
No.
You want me to go?
Yes.
They're going away. I think that's a wise move.
Beard, do you have a problem with the files? They all appear to be in the corridor.
Yes, it just occurred to me that something ought to be done about them. I mean, suppose something happens to this civilization of ours. At least we can leave our files in order.
Well, what do you think we should do?
Well, I think we should get them below ground.
Yes, all right, very well. No, not those, please. Yes? Right. Detective Inspector Martin, sir. Special branch. How do you do?
You are the director.
No, I'm the secretary. Oh, I understood that lady was the secretary. No, she's my secretary. I'm the secretary of the society. I see. The reason I asked is that the questions I have to put to you are highly confidential. Why, has someone stepped out of line? Yes, sir. Mr. Englander. He's a member of One Europe. Why, is it a prescribed organization? Not yet. Although some of its activities sail close to the wind. Riot, conspiracy to murder, racial attacks, that sort of thing. I thought they were a cultural organization. It is true they hold the odd concert. The Horst Wessel is sung, the other German leader. But they tend to go in more for rallies. Crystal Palace, Wembley, Earl's Court. I didn't realize this was Englander's cup of tea at all. Tell me, sir, is Mr. Englander... Dr. Englander. In the country at the moment? No. Where is he? In Rome till recently, but I believe he's now on his way to Germany. You don't know his destination? No, why? When is he due back? Again, I'm not sure. It strikes me as a little slack. Slack? The man is employed here, yet you don't know where he is, nor when he might return. Well, Dr. Englander is curator of reptiles. He also has a private income, so he comes and goes as he pleases. We are very lucky to have him here, when he's here. Do you know anything about a project of his in Scotland? In Scotland? He's building some sort of snake pit in the Hebrides. Several hundred feet underground, I believe. Could this be an official project? Well, it may be something... It may be something which has not yet been brought to my attention.
Quiet practice, Mr. Carter. Well, I did tell you.
Look, I don't give a damn about England, or I don't give a toss where he's been, where he's going, or what he's doing in the Hebrides. Well, when he comes back, tell him to give me a ring at this number. Just like a little chat with him.
But this is not a private expedition, is it, Sir Robert?
No, it is being funded by the society.
Some people say that it is a move to get you out of England. Is that true?
I've always wanted to go back to Brazil. For one thing, I'm very keen on the Amazon basin. I want to see it before all the trees are cut down. Also, I hope to bring back some specimens for my collection.
Despite the move to Stratton?
I have never hidden my objection to Stratton. The zoo is part of London and has been for over 160 years. To move the collection is, in my view, a retrograde step.
But surely it would be a good idea to evacuate the animals in case of war.
War has nothing to do with it. For some of these species, the last of their kind, it is particularly distressing. To start in the Garden of Eden and end on a neglected Welsh coal tip is not my idea of progress.
Uncertain traffic, the first for many years, has been building up in London as motorists stream west using petrol, presumably hoarded for just such an occasion.
You've got to stay and look after the animal and my children.
Yes, that's right.
And police are turning a blind eye.
Come on, old bean.
Most of which have not been renewed for a number of years. The familiar blue head composed of carbon.
Case, don't forget this.
Such a feature of our affluent society.
There we
are.
are.
Back with a vengeance.
With the events in the Middle East rapidly moving toward crisis.
Are these yours, Sir Robert?
I don't know, just accompanying them across the pond.
A note of caution could be detected in the voice of the Chancellor when he said that British honour may not be worth the shedding of one single drop of blood. German, that is. The French are similarly caged. Small...
Holiday?
Yes.
This is a family quarrel. We don't want to be cast among.
Who is it?
It is I.
Come in.
The bear was at Paddington, but no pandas. Where are the pandas?
They're on the way to Stretton in unmarked trucks.
I had plans for them.
Yes, I'm sure you did. But enough is enough. I'm sorry, would you like a glass of wine?
Sure. What about your wife?
She left for Los Angeles. Mainly as a result of your campaign.
Been a great success, hasn't it? Perhaps a little bit too successful.
Now, what do you mean, too successful?
We're having problems maintaining essential services. The English always leave in a hurry. Have you noticed that? One day they're all there and the next they're gone. Dunkirk, Northern Ireland, even Ascot. What's the situation in Stretton?
Oh, it's pandemonium. I spent most of the afternoon on the phone to the keepers. The big cats have found a mine shaft and have disappeared down it. The locals are beginning to play up. Already some bright sparks have tampered with the fences, and as a result a number of wolves have got out, and whole valleys have turned up to shoot them. They awaken deep atavistic fears in the farmers. I don't think Leacock can handle it.
Do you think it's going a little too fast?
Yes, much too fast.
Then why don't you tell Leacock to slow it down?
Slow it down? Or do you want the whole process put into reverse?
No, no. I think you're right. We should slow it down a little.
That is extraordinary.
I don't think it's extraordinary at all. 1 million people have left London in the last few days. It's a very odd situation. For weeks I warned them of the prospect of war, and they did nothing. Then suddenly they see a small picture of a bear with a ticket at Paddington Station, and they leave in droves.
Are you under pressure?
Of course I am. We can't have the entire population of our largest city disappearing onto the slopes of Snowdonia. Remember, when I started this campaign, I was a newspaper proprietor, trying to alert the people to the prospect of war. Now I'm a cabinet minister, responsible for stopping them disintegrating into total panic. Propaganda has always been a very inexact science. We may have to bring some of the animals back.
And what happens if Leacock refuses?
Then he'll have to resign.
Then who will run the zoo?
Falcon?
Falcon has just gone to Brazil.
He can be recalled.
My God.
Things keep changing. You should realize that, Carter. They keep changing all the time. Good night.
As a result of your manipulations, the population of Battersea is halfway up the Welsh Hills, and my children are in Los Angeles!
One day they'll look back on all this and tell each other what fun they had.
What happens if Leacock refuses?
Refuses what?
To slow down!
Well, he'll have to be got rid of, won't he?
What is it this time?
Oh, it's a leopard.
Where?
Up on the screen.
Has he killed any sheep yet?
No, not yet.
So what's all the interest?
Well, he attacked a child on the road, or so the kid says. I got to shoot him.
Send Strawson up with a bag of sweets and he'll come down like a baby.
Sweets?
I don't know, licorice?
Well, I'd still have to put him down.
Why?
To set an example.
Oh, to whom?
To these people. They're looking for blood.
This the little girl?
Yes.
Did he frighten you? Now, do you want the leopard shot?
That's not up to us. We just want it kept under control. And the others.
What about the rest of the village?
I don't know. They feel the same.
If it's all right, they don't want it shot.
Well, that's what they say now, but what they think, Carter, is something else. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here.
I think it would be a mistake to shoot it.
Why?
Because they'll think that you've lost your nerve.
Did you get him?
With these, you can't fail.
Are you going out tonight?
Yes.
Will you take me?
No.
Why not? Where's your wife?
In California. Look, I'll take you tomorrow night, all right?
Now, if you're going out, take a shotgun. The perimeter fence is down again. And the wolves are out. Parker, something terrible has happened. My daughter has been murdered.
Now, Dr. Leacock.
Dr. Wainwright, will you take Mrs. Leacock to my wife's quarters and let her rest?
I think that's a good idea.
You're only making it worse for by calling it murder. It's quite bad enough as it is.
She was murdered!
She was killed in the reserve last night by some animal. Judging from Dr. Wainwright's description of her wounds, it sounds like her own dog. But of course, Leacock refuses to countenance that.
Where's the dog now?
It was shot on the mountains by 2 farmers, under the mistaken belief that it was savaging sheep. It was covered in blood and quite deranged. Later, they found her body, completely naked.
You think Ricky killed her?
Yes. Whatever drove it to such excess, I must leave to your imagination. She has a history in these parts of unconventional behavior. Have you any other explanation?
I've called the police.
I hope you didn't mention murder.
Yes, I did. Why else would I call them?
If it was murder, Leacock, it was murder by her own dog. That's the brutal truth, in circumstances that don't bear going into.
That is not so.
I must ask you to come into the library.
Look, anything you have to say, I won't say it in front of witnesses.
This is a very delicate matter. I'm beginning to lose patience. In a few moments, a contingent of the Welsh constabulary will be at the door and will want an explanation. In order to safeguard your reputation and that of the society, I must ask you to come into the library.
Very well then, but I want to make it clear that any attempt to blame my daughter's death on dogs or wolves is entirely motivated by the desire to discredit this reserve. The future of this project is at stake, as well as my whole life's work.
The library, Leacock.
Public figures are, I know, subject to enormous pressures. And the death of one's daughter comes high in the league of life's tragedies, but it must not be allowed to distance us from our goals. Sheep, above all, love animals.
If you come into the library, we can discuss your daughter's love of animals and the part it might have played in her death.
A park could be named after her, the Harriet Leacock Memorial Park. Could be filled with wolves and badgers and foxes. She was a night person.
I'll answer it.
Carter, will you come into the library? Because of the great stress, not to say scandal, which might result from these tragic affairs, Dr. Leacock has agreed to resign as director of the National Reserve.
Why? What's he done?
No discrimination in public life, Carter, between wrongdoers and those who associate with them.
There is no evidence to suggest that she did anything.
What we have to do is to try and save the reputation of the society by putting as much distance between ourselves and these tragic events as possible. This calls for Dr. Leacock's resignation, not only from the National Reserve, but also from the zoo.
I will not go.
If you sign these letters, I shall see my good friend, the Captain of Police, and make sure that these horrible events are not bruited abroad. You will announce that your daughter was killed by a wolf.
That is appalling. That story will live in folk memory for 100 years and destroy any chance of this place succeeding.
Bury the dog as soon as possible.
Capitulate to blackmail like this.
What else can I do? I will not have my wife told this disgusting thing.
Well, I can't go along with this.
The security of Madge's world, of her life, are my affair, Carter. She's a simple woman. And if I can't protect her simplicity, if it's taken out of my hands by anyone, even by you with the best motives, I'm reduced to nothing. I don't believe you would do that.
You're right. I ought to, but I can't.
The police are here. Can you see them?
Certainly.
Any sign of the dog?
No.
Poor Ricky. He was a one-person dog. I don't suppose we shall see him anymore.
It has been the fate of the National Zoological Reserve at Streatham, with its sad loss both in human and animal life, to write finish to all dreams of large-scale preservation of foreign wildlife species in natural surroundings. Our island, it would appear, is too small to allow even for the controlled return of the wolf, the bear, and the boar. Strike camp, pack my bags. I'm going back to London.
Triumphant Sir Robert Falcon flies back from the Amazon.
you, sir.
I told you, you old rascal, we'd make it.
You did, sir. Congratulations, Governor.
This, I presume, is Dr. Leacock's gear?
Yes, sir.
Poor old Leacock has now failed him, I understand.
Yes, sir. He went to pieces.
Where is he now?
He has a post in the Lake District.
Oh, well, he'll be happy there, I'm sure. There's going to be some changes made here, Strawson, I can tell you. There's going to be some changes made.
Yes, sir.
Do you know, Strawson, in all the years I've never once touched him, not since he put his arms around me and...
Well, touch him now, sir.
Get rid of him. Take him down to the Nationalistic Museum.
They won't have him, sir. Frightens the kids.
This morning's satellite pictures show Bilad al Hawa rockets and boosters in a go condition. And despite the expulsion of British technicians, the Sultan is confident that his warheads will reach UK targets if his demands are not met. Meanwhile, in London, the Sultana and her children, now wards of court, left for an undisclosed destination, giving rise to speculation that a solution may be in sight for the estranged couple.
I'm home!
I thought I'd find the place in ashes.
Whatever gave you that idea? And there was poor old Leacock, just nailed to the table. He had absolutely no recourse but to sign. And when it was all over, this Godmanchester turned to me and he said, "You must stay on. The zoo needs you. We have to get the animals back to London."
But you just got them down there.
I know. And the moves had the most appalling consequences. The entire population of London just headed for the hills. We need to get the people back.
So you stayed on?
Of course.
Of course.
Listen, what are we going to do about the kids?
Well, I told you. The Americans are less optimistic about what's going to happen here. So they're better off with Hester for the time being. I know. She's a dreadful sister, but she's a terrific aunt. Maybe that's how you should view Lord Godmanchester. He's a dreadful man, but a good administrator.
What about Bobby?
What about him?
He's going to be awful to work for.
If he looks like being a nuisance, I'll deal with him.
Come in.
Hello, Bobby.
My dear Martha. Oh, how good of you to come. My dear Simon. I'll do sit down, old boy. Nothing could be better than to have you holding my hand at this moment.
Only too glad to. So how was South America?
Mayhem. I didn't understand the politics. Kept meeting men who claimed they knew Englander, wanted to give me all sorts of messages for him, but I thought it best to steer clear. Has he returned, by the way?
No.
Now, I also imported a case of lepidoptera for Sanderson. He seems keen to breed them here, though they are all of volcanic origin. That reminds me, where's Jackley?
He's still in the Indian Ocean.
Stout fella, Jackley. Now, come here, Martha. I want to show you what I am planning for the summer.
What exactly are you
An
planning?
event, I intend to call it Empire Day.
But Empire Day?
Something to remind the chaps how things once were. We shall transform the zoo back to 1890. A giant Noah's Ark, where man and beast lay down together under the Pax Britannica.
Are you sure that this is the right moment for this kind of thing?
I looked at the future, Simon. Saw it in Brazil, and it doesn't work. The only answer is to head right back down the road up which we have come. Back to basics, that's what I say. History has dealt us a dirty hand these past 100 years. The only thing is to cash it in and draw another.
But Empire Day, Bobby!
Why ever not? It'll be wonderful. I mean, the staff will wear all the Victorian uniforms. The animals will all have Victorian names. Certain moral texts will be displayed above the cages, reflecting the Victorian virtues of piety, industry, and social responsibility, etc., etc.
Can you give me an example of an animal with morality?
Well, the giant panda only has sex once every 12 months, and then only for the purpose of reproducing offspring. Now, that must be of a certain attraction to those who view the animal kingdom as being devoid of moral scruple. You see, one of my ideas, I haven't got it quite right in my head, is to reconcile the animal kingdom with Christianity.
Can't do it to these creatures, Bobby. This lot are wild.
Then we shall make them pets again. We shall start by holding a press conference to rename the African elephant Jumbo. I want you to handle it.
Have you talked to Godmanchester about
He's wild about the idea.
What's wrong with it? Bags of propaganda.
At Empire Day.
Just the ticket.
Do you know how much it'll cost?
You attend to the things that matter, Carter. I want Stretton wound up as soon as possible, and the animals back in London by the end of the month. I want photographs of the pandas this time, returning to their home, and the bears again at Paddington Station. They're back from their holidays. And Carter, try and get cheerful bears this time.
I don't think you quite understand. Falcon's plans will cost millions.
The money will be made available.
Are you serious?
You forget I'm a cabinet minister. These things can always be reviewed.
Why at this time do we have to start playing these sort of games?
I don't think you quite realize. The zoo is now linked to the fate of the nation.
Only as a result of your manipulation.
That's immaterial. Both the press and the public regard the zoo as a sort of indicator. Are we leaving the animals out, or are we bringing them back? It influences them. Now the government want the people home. If we can be seen to be planning to spend £97 million on a Decimus Burton Lion House, they're going to look pretty silly sitting on their butts in Snowdonia or down the Cheddar Gorge.
So I'm now to pursue the follies of some lunatic white hunter in order to give people the impression that things are back to normal?
The government will reward any effort you can make in that direction.
With what?
A knighthood, perhaps.
Jumbo. Imagine calling an elephant Jumbo.
And he wants Stretton run right down till it's nothing more than a farm.
And you agreed to do it?
Yes.
I think you're crazy.
You're bringing them all back.
Simon is.
May I ask whose idea this is?
It's a request from the government.
The animals are in our care. You can't shunt them up and down like a yo-yo. They'd be better off in their natural environment.
In their natural environment, they would probably be shot and their skins flogged off for ladies' handbags. If our beasts are shunted back and forth for a whole year, they'd still be far better off than in their natural environment.
You know what I mean, Falcon. Don't twist things.
How long before Sanderson leaves?
Another year.
Not a moment too soon, in my opinion.
What have you got against him?
He keeps making peevish objections to everything I do, but I don't ask him what he's up to.
He isn't up to anything.
Oh, yes, he is. He's breeding millions of Lepidoptera volcanoaces on the rubbish tip.
So what's wrong with that?
I'll tell you what's wrong with that. While the rest of us are grafting our hearts out to put on a show to cheer people up, he's rearing a whole range of butterflies to survive the atomic bomb. Now, that is anti-life, anti-humanity, anti-zoo. When everybody's dead and gone, there'll be nothing but millions of butterflies flitting about. Oh, God, what a prospect. I resent that kind of mind.
Why?
It's seditious.
Oh, Christ, it's no more seditious than stealing pythons and taking them to Scotland, which is exactly what England is planning to do. Or buying Biscay water in bulk.
Well, I don't think it's going to be a war. And once Empire Day's over, I'll deal with the likes of Sanderson and all the other pussy-footing little pinkos. Won't I, Jacko?
you looking at?
All that glass. 1 megaton on Slough and the whole place will come down.
You think there's going to be a war?
Yes. It's the madman theory of history, invented by Nixon, refined by Begin and perfected by Nehru. I tell you, old boy, this is the parting of the roads. It's put up or shut up time.
You don't think there can be a diplomatic solution?
We couldn't back down to an Arab, even if he did go to Sandhurst.
So, what are you going to do?
I'll let them all go. If there's enough warning, just smash the glass and let them all out. There's nothing else I can do. Is that Patrick, eh?
Yes, well, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Carter! I've got the shell people here. They want to see the big cats. Will you come and deal with them and stop buggering about?
I'll be with you in a minute, Bobby.
All right. Carter's coming in with you in a minute.
Look, I better go.
I don't know whether you've noticed, but he's getting madder every day.
Yes. I mean, he came in this morning and he kidnapped Mrs. Purrett. Now she's working for him. I mean, no may I or do you mind. It was just complete megalomania. I mean, he's good with the staff. I mean, the way he encourages them and sweeps them along, and they'll do anything for him. Then he comes back to the office and he just blows his top. In particular, I seem to annoy him a lot.
There's something I've got to tell you. I didn't want to, but I think it's best that I do. When I was in the States, I slept with him.
You did what?
I felt sorry for him.
But he's 90.
He just got to me. There was something very strong and very English about him. I just had to have him.
You bloody puritanical American bitch! Why are you telling me this now?
Because you're gonna have a row with Bobby and it's gonna come out. Because he's the sort of bastard that would use it.
Jesus Christ! 2 a.m. on a Monday morning and you hit me with this.
Well, when did you want it? The happy hour? It's for you.
Hello, Carter speaking.
Simon,
Yes.
Jumbo's ill. He's got some kind of skin disease. Nothing serious, but I want Beard to come in and treat it now. He's got a photo call tomorrow.
Who has?
Jumbo has. And I don't want him looking like a Francis Bacon painting with great lumps of his face falling off.
Then why don't you call Beard?
His phone's off the hook.
Then why don't you send a messenger?
I have. It's you.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
I'm going to fetch Beard. The elephant's ill, and he's got a photo call tomorrow. I'll be back in an hour, and we can talk things over.
Talk what over?
About what we're going to do.
Well, we don't have to do anything, do we?
I cannot continue working with Falcon and living with you, can I?
Minister for Home Affairs admitted that regional seats of government were being activated.
Mr. Beard?
Oh, he'll be out in a sec. He's with Granny. She had an attack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. We're waiting for the nurse.
Thank you.
What do you want with him, anyway?
I'm afraid our elephant's sick.
I won't be with you for much longer.
You keep saying that, Mother.
It always comes to this.
Just put me into a hospital.
Fire brigades and other
I
essential
won't be
services
a
have been
burden.
withdrawn
It's
from
no help making suggestions like that either. They won't take chronic cases.
I don't want to be a burden.
You'd rather be a burden on the health service, is that it?
But this time I'm dying. I am dying.
You always say that, Mother, and you always recover. At least you have until now.
And we hope you do this time, Granny.
Please keep out of this, Alan.
All she's asking for is a little reassurance.
Who let you in?
I did. He said it was important.
I'm awfully sorry, Beard, but Jumbo's sick and half the press in England are expected tomorrow at his photo call.
That was disgusting, talking to Granny like that. You know she's frightened out of her wits.
But tense isn't going to help her.
Yes, well, a little human sympathy wouldn't come amiss.
Spare us your concern. If you want to help your grandmother, you can pray for her.
If I had any prayers to offer, I should offer them for you. Who are you, anyway?
I'll come straight away. Oh, I was not aware that we had an elephant called Jumbo.
It used to be called Trunk Call until Falcon renamed it.
A most useful occupation for the director.
I said I don't want to be a burden.
Look, are you sure that you can leave at this moment?
Why not?
Well, I mean, if your mother's ill.
She's been dying for some time.
If Granny goes whilst you're away, I shall never forgive you.
No hysteria, please, Alan.
Don't say he's hysterical. He's only trying to help.
I really don't think, Catherine, that hysteria is a thing you're best qualified to discuss. You'll notice her bandaged wrists. We keep her stomach pumped permanently in the bathroom, and all pills are kept under lock and key. You have the doctor's telephone number. If the nurse is not here within the next half hour, ring him up. Come along, Cotter. Now you can see why I prefer to keep my home life to myself.
I'm sorry it's such a problem.
Problem? What an inadequate way of putting things, Carter. Troubles don't go away by downgrading them. I don't have a problem. I have all the sufferings of Job visited upon me. My wife is in Broadmoor. 2 of my children are dead. The others are a suicidal lump and an hysterical spastic. My mother is dying and the elephant is ill. What are the symptoms?
His skin. Chunks keep falling off it.
Sounds like inflammation of the hair follicles. What you would call acne.
Is it serious?
Anything to do with an elephant is serious.
How much is that? £22.50 that goes in.
Can you give me a receipt?
Look, I think I ought to get to work.
Yes, of course.
Hey, Gab.
Thanks a lot.
So dressed right down the road. So walking in the zoo, walking in the zoo.
Infected follicles. Infected by what? What infects them?
Fear.
On the road, so walking in the zoo, walking in the zoo. The okay thing Sunday is walking in the zoo. This is Alison. We've been dancing and dancing. This is Johnson White. He is responsible for the new decor.
Congratulations.
Did you manage to see Beard?
Yes, I did.
I would have gone myself, only I...
More important things to do.
He also designed Empire Day.
Well, that must have been a challenge.
Come on, I'll show you. I'll show you. Good
Look at this Bilad al Hawa situation.
I was there once, oh boy. Miserable place.
You don't think there's anything we should be worrying about?
No, I should think his neighbours will be jumping on him from a great height.
This looks like a bear pit.
It is a bear pit.
With a bear in it.
Yes.
Good night, Bobby.
Good night, my darlings. Good night. Yes, the pit is at the centre of the exhibition. From it, there are 4 separate paths leading to the different continents. Stanley's Africa, Botany Bay, the Indian Raj, and the apes of the rock. European animals have been banished to the North Park, as well as all those that have never known the glory of British rule, like the sloths and the marmosets. Over here, by the clock tower, we shall have the fair. Stalls, coconut shies, roundabouts, etc., etc. What do you think?
Well, as long as it's only for one day, I don't see the harm. But the crowds will have it. What crowds?
The crowds, Carter, the ones we used to have before television. Thousands of them, singing the old songs. Derby Day, the Cup Final, VJ Day, the Coronation.
What are you going to do if it's not ready on time?
The show will go on. I've been in service here for the best part of 30 years. I've seen the place run down till it's in the state it's in now. Run down by refugees from the BBC like yourself. We're going to be ready on time, Carter. We're going to have one day of glory. Hang the expense.
Well, what about the situation?
What situation?
The political situation. There's going to be a war.
Well, if there is a war, we'll go out with a bang. Bands playing, kids laughing.
Oh, just like the old Titanic.
You smug little man. Maybe that's why I loathe people like you, Carter. People who turn what was a national tragedy into a musical joke. Real people went down with the Titanic. People of vision and genius, some of them. We could do with a few of those around today.
What I'm trying to say, Bobby, is that I don't like the bear pit. It's going to cost too much, and it's not going to be ready on time.
Bugger off!
I've just seen your boyfriend. He's stark raving bonkers. What are you doing?
Moving into the basement. We've declared a state of emergency. They're talking about missiles on the radio.
Hello?
Carter, I meant to call you this morning, but I'm afraid we've been overtaken by events.
Yes.
I wanted to congratulate you on the way you'd run down Stretton. Could well be an example to many of our nationalized industries.
But you're down there?
Yes, I decided to come here in view of the crisis. Should a missile get through, government will automatically devolve to the regions.
Are you trying to tell me that Bilad al Hawa missiles may drop on London?
Yes, Carter, I am.
Well, I've just spent a good deal of time trying to get the animals back here.
That's true, Carter.
What, just in time to be blown up?
Carter, try and retain a sense of perspective. They've got just as much chance of surviving in London as they have on the slopes of Snowdonia.
Have you any other instructions with regard to the zoo?
How's Falcon's Empire Day getting along?
It's on course.
Good. Tell him to put in something about the Commonwealth. We need all the help we can get these days.
Yes, I will.
And Carter?
Yes?
If the military come, tell them to shoot the crocodiles first. Radioactive crocs are likely to cause panic.
Automatic response. What does that mean?
It means that our missiles are programmed to fire the moment their missiles appear on the radar screen.
So we have, in effect, handed our defense over to a computer?
Yes.
And what if it makes a mistake?
Did you get through to the children?
All errors are
All the
human.
lines to California are busy.
If a flight of geese gets caught on the radar screen, is it going
What
to
time
take
is it
them
there?
for an incoming missile?
It is highly unlikely
About 8
that we
o'clock.
take a flight of geese for a missile.
Probably just about going
Not
to
in a
bed.
war situation. Yes.
What fail-safe?
You want to try again?
We are talking about triple deck safety.
I tried for hours.
And provided that there is no failure in the system,
I managed to book a call for 7:30 tomorrow evening. We can talk
the
to them
real
then.
danger arise from negative credibility.
That is, if we survive that long.
The operators may not wish to believe what the instruments tell. There is still...
Look, if anything was going to happen, I'd be the first to be informed. It's Home Office regulations. In the likelihood of an attack, the dangerous species have to be destroyed. And I've heard nothing. So what are you thinking about?
I was wondering why I left my children and flew all this way. In all probability to get myself killed. Only to tell you I'd slept with Bobby Falcon.
No one's going to get killed.
What the hell do you want?
Oh, attention!
Ago, the Prime Minister announced from Downing Street that units of the Rapid Deployment Force had landed in Bilad al Hawa. When asked why, the Prime Minister said that the situation in Bilad al Hawa had become unstable. Only
Right, I'll be right over.
the bases would guarantee that rockets would not be launched against England.
That was the office. The army's
When
just
asked if we
arrived.
were at war with Bilad al Hawa, the Prime Minister
To shoot
said,
the animals.
no, we are merely re-establishing the dual key position which existed prior to the...
Morning. I'm Simon Carter, the secretary. Good morning. Well, you know why we're here? Yes, I do. Where's the chap from the Home Office? I haven't seen him. Right, well, I better try and find him. Sergeant! What? Issue the ammunition. Sir. Where's Jennings?
Hello, Carter. What do you think of this? Children's literature. You know, Black Beauty, The White Rabbit, and Tarka the Otter. But arranged on a Victorian day screen so that each picture fades into the next to give that mysterious evocation of childhood.
Where is Jennings?
Jennings?
The chap from the Home Office, only there's some soldiers outside have been told to report here to shoot the animals.
You'll find there'll be lots of people rushing around in the next few hours, Carter, trying to make themselves busy. The trick is not to be panicked by them. I'm interested, Carter, in your opinion about the children project.
Oh, I don't know what to do, Mr. Carter. The evacuation people fetched my mother, but I thought I should still come in.
Look, if you want to go home, feel free to do so.
Mrs. Purrett, it's important that we write a letter to the Victoria and Albert Museum. What I'm interested in are their collections of children's keepsakes. Address it to Sir Charles Gore. Dear Sir Charles, as you know, our Empire Day contains a children's section.
There's no sign of him.
Well, then we'll proceed without him.
You can't just slaughter the entire cat collection without some kind of authority.
Then call them.
Marion, would you get me the Home Office, please?
I'm particularly interested in characters such as Peter Rabbit, Jemima Puddle Duck, Pooh, Tigger, Eeyore, Owl, and of course Badger and Mole. I'm also interested in comic cuts featuring animals, particularly with a zoo background. Bruno the bear, Nasher the dog, Chimp the chimpanzee, even Lord Stooty and his friends. But the relationship between children and animals was, in those days, far more innocent than it is today. For neither Darwin nor Freud had, as yet, cast their shadow over the comic book.
You were saying?
Comic book?
I have Mr. Carter of the London Zoo for Mr. Lascelles. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I won't keep you a moment, gentlemen, but just wait a minute. Lascelles, this is Simon Carter here.
We're waiting for confirmation that your safety measures have been carried out.
Yes, we've lost Jennings and with him the orders.
Is the army there?
Yes.
Then get them going. They know the drill.
Without the orders?
Yes.
Look, are you absolutely sure?
I'm sure.
I'm sorry, Simon, but I am sure. And you better hurry. It's not just the animals they'll have to deal with.
Single shots only, do you understand?
We know the drill.
Mr. Carter, I want to go home.
Then you'd better.
Thank you.
You be careful, all right?
You too. Well, where's she going?
I'm sending her home, Mrs. Parton. You can go too.
Well, are you sure?
I told you just now, Mrs.
Well, I don't think Sir Robert should be in charge, if you don't mind my saying so. So I've locked him in the office just to be on the safe side. I thought he could do less harm that way.
Thank you, Mrs.
Well, I better be going before the buses stop.
I'm sorry to have kept you, gentlemen. Right. I may as well begin.
Where's the director?
He won't be coming.
When does the evacuation start?
Immediately. The trucks are on their way. Now we're going to have to establish priorities as to what goes first.
What about the dangerous species?
The army will take care of those.
I think it's appalling.
My dear Beard, poisonous snakes and spiders could survive for some time. The number of people they could kill is considerable.
People are going to die anyway.
Please, shall we continue?
Why can't they take their chance like the rest of us?
It is the Home Office's plan, Beard.
Of course it's the Home Office plan. The Home Office has plans for all contingencies. On the day of judgment, we shall all arise to find ourselves faced with a Home Office circular.
Are there any more questions before we get down to the business of the evacuation?
Will the zoo be open today?
The zoo will not open today.
Hello?
All done? Yeah. I have some bad news for you, old boy. It's on its way.
And how long have we got?
About 20 minutes. I must say I do think the Foreign Office has made a frightful mess this time.
What are the chances of us intercepting it?
None. I'm off to St. James's Park to feed the ducks.
How long have we got?
20 minutes. Where are your insects?
All packed.
In a safe place?
Yes, with Kate under the tanks.
Right, will you please call the gatehouse, tell them to sound the alarm, then make sure that you get down there with them.
Where are you going?
I'm going to warn Price.
What about Bobby?
Don't worry, I'll see to him.
Hello, gatehouse?
Hello? Yes? Yes, I have a call into California. Can you hold a minute, please? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello, darling.
Now, if it's possible for the United Nations
What were you doing?
Council to meet under these circumstances,
On the
we would
beach?
certainly be willing to go to the.
Oh, how lovely.
But if not, there's nothing more to say.
No.
We talk about Arab investment. Did you have a question on Arab
Well,
investment?
the planes are all full.
$182 billion.
Anyway, I have to look after Daddy.
For reinvestment.
Will you enumerate for us, Secretary of State Wallbanger, the reason why you have decided no longer to pursue your attempts to mediate?
Because I think it may be too late. Because I think they may have already.
Given the historical traditions, would you
Can you
say
put
the
Reggie on the
situation is
phone?
a reverse for American diplomacy in Europe?
No. We are isolating this dispute to two nations. They are going to take each other out, but I trust not the rest of the world. Madam, what about...
Hello, Reggie? No, this is Mummy. Daddy's at the zoo.
How's it going? It's a slow business. What's that? A warning. You better get to the shelter. Come on. Come on! Come on!
Right, you better let him go.
Yes, it's the sirens. No, they're just practicing.
What news is there from England?
We have no news from England. They have a complete security shutdown, but we are tracking the rockets.
Of course he loves you. It's just he's a bit busy now.
When you get down, make for the tanks under the aquarium.
Come on down, Bobby. We've only got a few minutes. We could have had one last thing. We could have gone out in style. We could have held a party and invited all of London. We could have shown the world how England met its doom. Bobby! You bleeding bureaucrat, you've ruined the whole thing. With your bloody Home Office inspections. But for Christ's sake, it's too late now to be talking about parties. Of course it's too late. You've ruined the whole damned occasion.
Good evening, sir.
Bobby!
Is Sir Robert giving you trouble?
Yes, I'm trying to get him down before.
We all go?
You care off, Scott. This is nothing to do with you.
Please, you better take cover.
When we meet again, things will be different and it will be in another place.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
Bobby, will you come on down? You can hear the warning, can't you? It's on its way. Yes, tell you are, Carter. I've only got one thing to say to you. Hello, for the world to know. I know what you're going to say, Bobby. But I was in America.
Carter. Carter.
Where am I?
In hospital. You appear, Carter, to have suffered some brain damage.
How's Martha?
She's here, waiting to see you.
And the children?
Still in the US.
Yes.
Your brain damage, Carter, was not instantly noticeable after the attack, because it is recorded that you did sterling work organizing the evacuation of the collections. At least, those that weren't eaten.
Eaten?
They ran out of food, Carter.
Horrible.
The reptiles, of course, were safe in the Hebrides. But with the others, we had to go back to the beginning, rebuilding the collections.
Is the war over?
In a counter-strike of Trident missiles, a large portion of the desert was elevated to the stratosphere. It now girdles the globe at a height of 125,000 feet.
It seems such a long time ago.
2 years.
My God. Have I got cancer?
We've all got cancer.
Who's the new director?
I am.
Why are you wearing that funny uniform?
Because we're in charge now, old boy. We've taken over.
can't tell you that.
He is not to be destroyed. That was the understanding. He is the last in the world.
It is damned heavy.
It took some time to comprehend what had happened on the night of the blast. I couldn't believe that London was so little damaged. But fortunately, only one of the Sultan's rockets ever entered British airspace. I learnt that some 7 million people were killed by the 3 warheads that fell over the Midlands and Wales. There was strict martial law, and the zoo was under tight security like a government research establishment.
Back, Mrs. Carter. He's just the man we need here.
In what way?
He's a first-class brain. And since we are starting from the very beginning, we're going to need first-class brains.
Hello, Martha. Diana, I didn't know you'd be here. Do you know Mr. Blanchard White?
No, I've not had the pleasure.
Blanchard White is our new president.
Whatever happened to Lord Godmanchester?
I want to thank you for ordering me underground just before the missile fell. You saved my life.
By your butterfly.
Oh, they were flitting about within 3 weeks, masses of them. Unfortunately, they didn't survive the radiation.
The fallout was accompanied by certain violations of the genetic code. Prentice is our advisor. He has taken over the mammals.
There is a degree of genetic damage throughout the country.
There is no contamination here. We have seen to that.
I know they say it's all right. It comes from Paris in the diplomatic bag. Drink it up, Mrs. Carter. It will give you body.
I'm not sure that I want body.
Oh, you're very pretty, my dear, but too thin. That won't keep Mr. Carter warm.
I know how to keep Mr. Carter warm.
I'm sure you do. All the same, you must feed him red meat.
Many of the people who come to my relief office never see meat at all, Mrs. Englander.
I know, my dear. It's terrible.
There's a great deal of starvation about.
Do you hear that, Emile? Mrs. Carter says there's real starvation in London.
There always has been.
But in our position, we can't. Oh, enough info?
Whatever happened to Scalson? He had a sort of breakdown and left. I don't miss him. He was a decent chap, but a servant of evil.
Jackley? Has anyone heard of Jackley?
Jackley's in California.
But he won't come back while the present regime's in power. Some sort of radical, isn't he?
Then they got married.
This way. He asks us to fight fascism wherever we fight it.
Sting as a bell, the crack joker. Activity there. Lucky old boy.
You're Diana Price.
We have met before.
I am sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
No, about Matthew.
Oh. He left some things for you. Did you know that?
No.
Jackley's case was well argued. Unusual in a biologist.
What case?
Radioactive canopy sport.
We are fortunate insofar as most of the infrastructure of the state is integrated with the bomb. We now have a unique opportunity to rebuild our society without the usual constraints.
Constraints?
Oh, endless committees of inquiry. All the other old parliamentary devices.
Do you like the amphitheatre? I would expect it's going up in record time.
President, what
Through the tunnel, in the Canal Bay.
Okay, you see them alive.
I take it you haven't been there yet.
No. Not the old type democracy.
You'll find there have been a lot of changes.
I think that the people will be allowed to participate in
We intend to wake the country up, put the last 30 years behind us. There'll be a new realism abroad. The people will be given clearly defined goals. But we'll still have fun. I don't think our present program is incompatible with enjoying ourselves. Quite the contrary. Particularly if in throwing off the Puritan legacy, we get closer to the rich seam of Mediterranean brutality that runs in all our veins.
What on earth do you think Blanchard White meant by that?
God knows. You don't have to stay on at the zoo. You can always get a new job.
Can I?
Or I can look after you for a while.
No, thanks.
Well, whatever you do, I don't want to see Englander again. Not ever.
Tastes of badger meat. Every time I have that dream, something awful happens.
Something awful did happen.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it.
Where's the Yeti? The Yeti has been taken away for its own protection.
Why?
Precisely. Why? Carter, you cannot be blind. The signs are everywhere. The Yeti has become the symbol of national liberation. It's enough to make Falcon turn in his grave if he had one.
Yes, but it's the only Yeti we've got.
Exactly. It focuses attention upon the zoo. Gives the false impression that we are a hotbed of dissent. Anything else?
Yes, what's a day for Europe?
A day for Europe is an event which aims at restoring the morale of the British people. And we here at the zoo are making our own particular contribution. Now, as you know, we are suffering from an acute shortage of animals, except, of course, for my reptiles. It's a situation which we hope can be rectified as soon as we get our throughput from Frankfurt. Meanwhile, we will be using people instead of animals for some of our shows, and I wanted to warn you about that, because I know you are a sentimental man, Carter, with a lot of liberal ideas, so I ask you to trust me. These are difficult times. Any other questions? Look, I don't want you to overextend yourself, but I do want you to work yourself back into the job as quickly as possible. Catch up and catch on, if you understand what I mean. And stay on the right side of Blanchard White.
Yes, I'll do my best. The country is in the power of the One Europe movement. Everything should be done to frustrate its aim. All the worst vices of the British people are enshrined in its racist, xenophobic, and anti-Semitic philosophy. It must be destroyed. P.T. Jackley, San Diego, California. What do you intend to do with this?
Duplicate it and distribute it to every member of the staff.
That was written from the safety of California. If he wants to cause trouble, he should come over here himself.
If he does, he'll get locked up. You don't seem to understand, Simon. I'm disappointed in you.
We have a job to do here, which is to get the collections going. Now, you once told me 100 years from now, only the animals will be left. So why don't we ensure their future, even if we can't guarantee our own? Look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout.
Well, maybe you're right.
He's still living down here. I'm afraid it's freezing cold.
Any sort of fire would seem like collaboration.
Why do you feel that bad about things?
Don't you?
I wonder what Matthew would have said if he was still here.
He would have laughed.
Yes, I suppose he would. He wasn't original, wasn't he?
Was he? I never noticed. I was too close to him.
Where's he buried?
They never found his body. The eagles got away. They've had reports of them as far north as Iceland.
Oh, that would have pleased him.
Yes. He left these for you.
Not for me?
Yes.
Gosh. Oh, they're lovely. I'm most grateful.
That's all right. I was talking to Dr. Sanderson. He says you don't agree with Jackley.
No, I don't.
We were hoping that you might do something.
The zoo's in a terrible state, Diana.
Is it?
Yes, it needs a lot of work.
camera positions, please. That includes you, Reginald. ENG2, we're getting a certain amount of noise from your picture. Anyway, I'd like to directly understand, and coming to some technical levels, I don't want to have to be
Okay. You seen Gloucester Terrace? It's packed with SPG. They're expecting trouble.
Still with us, I see. Yes. Why should there be trouble? There's only speeches this morning.
Not just speeches. They're policy statements.
Inspector, have you met our new director? No. Dr. Englander, this is Inspector Martin of the Special Branch. Pleased to meet you. It's Inspector Martin who was looking for you before the missiles landed.
You still take an interest in zoo affairs?
Not especially. But this is such a big event, I've been drafted in.
I have always found a major police presence merely serves to increase the temperature of the occasion.
Well, that's why the main force is in Gloucester Terrace.
30 seconds.
Are you near any mains or maybe radioactivity? Just check, please.
That's good, ENG1. Also a little tighter. Left. Share. And remember, you're right.
Right, time's for going. The PM's arriving.
ENG2, it is possible that there is a radioactive mite of some sort in your area. Please trace and identify. I know it's not our job, but... Hello,
There's a man down there in the right-hand corner. He's distributing leaflets.
They're programs, aren't they?
Components. The picture recovery is not looking so good.
You've lost him. Get that camera on that man down there.
What man? Queue number 5 on the VIP.
Y and E minus Y.
The subject of our first tableau, law and order.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Zoological Service can congratulate itself that it is the first of the country's cultural institutions to reopen to the public after the great disaster of 2 years ago. We reopen as part of a greater purpose, as part of one Europe's plan to re-educate the nation to face the future. And that means coming to terms with our own violence. It is no accident that we, who live close to the animal kingdom, should present the scientific principles which form the basis of the One Europe movement. To recognize that man is but the first of the animals. That violence is programmed into his nature as it is programmed into the nature of the shark and the hunting.
Brown, here!
The primal cortex, that part of the brain whence the violence, our violence, flows, is not, as our mere relic of the primeval past. No, no. It is the core of our very being. Regard the animals in those cages and those who prowl around them. Who is the more violent here? Who kills who? Coming to terms with one's own nature is the first step in the process of coming to terms with reality. We have brought you this spectacle to demonstrate that some people are as prone to violence as the king of the beasts.
This is one of my staff, you realize that? He's also one of Britain's most respected scholars! I don't care who he is, he's nicked, all right? No, he damn well isn't nicked! I must insist that Dr. Sanderson be allowed to stay here until a lawyer can be found! Get this man, get him! Get up! Sanderson!
A controlled experiment. And the sort of violence that we saw this afternoon is part of a disease, which we are determined to stamp out in this country. Most of those charged today will be sent to our camp at Enfield for rehabilitation. This government is...
I suppose you watched it happen?
No, I didn't, as a matter of fact. I was far too busy trying to help Sanderson. He was arrested distributing Jackley's letter.
Bully for him.
I tried to get them to let him go, but they just took him away.
They took away hundreds, as far as I can see.
I don't care about them. But about Sanderson, I do care.
Look, I think we ought to split up for a bit.
Why?
Because what you are doing is wrong.
What, working at the zoo?
Working at the zoo.
Can you tell me what is wrong with trying to build up the zoo after the horrors of the last few years?
Because they are using it, and they're using you! I shall go and stay at Diana's.
No. If anyone's going, it'll be you.
with you?
I went round there this morning and the door was open. The hall was in a shambles and the place stank of urine.
There's nothing I can do about it, Simon. You'll have to go through the normal channels.
What channels?
Well, the MOD, Whitehall. I can't help.
You are the director of the zoo! You're on the council of the party and you're telling me that you can't make a phone call asking for an explanation?
What good will it do? If I call them, I'll be putting them on the spot. I'll be asking them either to tell me a lie or to admit that they have links with forces that have got out of hand.
And what shall I do?
Have you been to the police?
No.
Well, go to them. Make the normal gestures. Consult a lawyer. Write to the newspapers. You act the outraged husband and I'll see what I can do.
What about Sanderson?
No, there is no record of his arrest. I checked. By the way, the police are very touchy. Be careful how you handle them. Dear Mrs. Selwyn, in response to your letter about the young people in cages, no, they are not cold sitting there. They are young and healthy and fed all sorts of vitamins. You must appreciate that the spectacle you saw was a scientifically controlled experiment. It demonstrated the social need to stop youngsters terrorizing old people like yourself.
Well?
Well, he was quite helpful. But he said he could do nothing. He told me to go to the police.
Well, that's not a good idea.
Will you go with me?
We're putting our heads in the lion's mouth. If she's being tortured, it'll be you and me she'll be talking about.
But we haven't done anything.
Well, you may not, but I run the resistance here in NW1 and have done so since Christmas.
Look, how involved is Martha?
Oh, you know Martha. She never does things by halves. Even in marrying you, she put her back into making it work. Anyway, I cannot go into a police station.
Well, I have to go.
Perhaps you never received any political education.
Probably not. Please, where would they have taken her? To Enfield?
No. That's a ghastly place, but no one disappears from there. My guess is she's in that old biscuit factory in Kentish Town.
Then why don't we just go there and demand her release?
Because we have to be like the Yeti. Active but invisible. We can't show ourselves yet. Martha understands.
I'm afraid not, ma'am. There's absolutely no record. What can I do for you?
This morning I want to report a disappearance.
Man, woman, or child?
My wife.
Your wife. Right. You want to register the disappearance of your wife?
No, I don't want to register it. I want to report it.
If you register the disappearance, the date on which she disappeared will, if she doesn't return, be taken by the courts as evidence of death. That is the new law. It's important if you have property in common.
I'm sorry, I want my wife back. I want you to find her for me. I mean, you do have a criminal investigation branch here.
Well, until we are certain that a crime has been committed, the CIB cannot make inquiries.
She has been taken to the biscuit factory.
The biscuit factory?
Yes, I want a warrant to have the place searched.
Your wife's name and address.
Martha Wainwright Carter. 34 Linton Terrace, NW1.
Age?
33.
Nationality?
She is a citizen of the United States of America.
Is she now?
Yes, she holds an American passport, and I'm going straight from here to the American embassy.
Telephone number?
289-1305.
It's never wise to make too much of a fuss over something like this. People panic, and then the subject really does disappear.
You haven't filled out the bit about what she was wearing, or the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, or any relevant background?
Just sign here, sir, and you'll get a letter in due course. You have children?
They're in the States.
Just as well. Thank you, sir. I hope you have a good day.
We are in conference, Carter.
There are things that I just can't stomach anymore.
His wife has disappeared.
Everything that this zoo stands for, you've corrupted and debased. Get out. My resignation's on my desk.
Oh, shut up, man. You say you were looking for your wife?
Yes, her name is...
There are no names here.
She's wearing a red check.
Female prisoners are not allowed clothes, except in special circumstances. Are there any distinguishable features?
Yes, she has greying hair.
All heads are shaven.
She has an American accent!
And now we're getting somewhere. And what is your name? What do you do?
My name is Simon Carter. I'm the secretary of the National Zoo.
Well, from now on, Carter, you will answer to the name of Tigger. What about that? You will be in first row, Tigger.
Please, will you remove the bandages? My head's feeling better now.
Prisoners will wear bandages at all times. If you remove your bandages, you're liable to transfer.
To where?
To another dimension, Tigger. You will not speak either. You may scream. You understand? But you will not speak.
Look, I
think you'll find that I'm a person of some substance.
If you want to survive in here, Tigger, you will need all the resources you can muster. So don't talk. It is wasted effort.
I only came here to find my wife. That's all. Go on a little bit, Horace, not really hungry. Here's a new face. Tigger, stick out your bowl like the rest, young man, or you'll go without. Strawson. It's me, Carter. Strawson. Beat that man! He dropped his bowl! Roger the lodger, Handsome, Jack the lad, and Tigger. You're all for transfer this morning, lads. After toilet and exercise. Not so fast, only those names. Have whole feet on the floor, remember, all morning. Line up. Face left. Trousers down.
Thank you, head keeper.
Please, Mr. Carter, this man is not Sanderson.
But I am Sanderson.
Sanderson, it's me, Carter.
I know.
Shut up, you horrible little insect.
Yeti killer.
Hands on the shoulders of the man in front of you! To the toilets! March!
Sanderson, I can't tell you how pleased I am to see you. This is one of the happiest moments of my life.
This is the second time we've faced death together. It's becoming something of a habit.
For the first time, I really understand God's goodness.
How are my insects?
They're doing well.
Who's looking after them?
It's chap called Thompson.
Yes, Thompson.
Yes.
What a pity.
What, don't you approve of him?
He is not the most rigorous of scholars.
I'm sorry, he seemed to have all the right qualifications.
No doubt you were taken in by his charms.
Ben. 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 Broken one.
Stand back, the last man.
Sanderson! Quiet! I don't want to go with Sanderson! Sanderson!
Throw out that man down there.
Ben.
Oh, what should I do with the last one?
Get rid of him.
Right. This way! Sanderson!
Simpson, Carter.
Sanderson, they're taking me away! Sanderson!
Very much in the spirit of the new reform, an absence of powers. Due to the new discipline, I suspect because there is an absence too of low prices, players who did not survive the purge for one reason or another. And Phillips takes it. To Hancock, over on the wing, Johnson cut the inside, Chicago, club both clears, and fine touch on the grandstand side. That's the time for France. We haven't seen much of Ash in this game. Fisher was having the better part of the contest between these two giants, Jerry Ash and Alan Fisher.
Dr. Englander, the one-time director of the Zoological Society, was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment today on charges relating to a conspiracy to murder by throwing members of the resistance to the lions. The late Mr. Blanchard White, the president of the society, who was eaten by a tiger on the day of liberation, was said to have been the instigator of the plan. The present acting director, Mr. Simon Carter, who was himself imprisoned in the notorious Enfield camp, described Dr. Englander as an innocent dupe.
He was able to deceive himself that what he was doing was for the good of the country and humanity at large. It is an approach shared by many of our technocrats.
I hear Jackley's on his way back. You ready to hand over?
No, not yet.
The council has yet to confirm Jackley's appointment.
Well, who else is there?
Carter's thinking of standing himself.
Oh. Well, I think the zoo needs new blood. Jackley's been working with bottlenose dolphins. He wants to create some sort of water park with wave machines. He's also got some idea about a whale week, maybe even a dolphin day. Might be quite a big thing for the society after such a dud period. There's a new world opening up.
And I was too involved with the old one?
Compromised is the word I'd use, Carter. So, goodbye, Lord Orsby. Thanks for the lunch. Goodbye, old chap. It's a pity you're making a contest of it, but I was always Jackley's man.
Poor old Hales. All his money's in leisure these days. There's nothing else left.
Hence the water park.
And the whale week. And if you got the job, what would you do?
I'd start a small nature reserve. Badgers and things. Rebuild the parrot house. Give Jackley a small water park. Cancel the Yeti expedition. I think we should leave the Yetis where they are.
Well, those are all modest proposals.
Is there anything wrong with that?